Alright, we are back with another stream. Alright, we're getting closer and closer to the end of this game. No shit. But we're gonna go ahead and hop right in here. We just got to Legram, Laura's hometown. And we're about to go through a tour of her house. And figure out what our field study stuff will be. I actually like this starting party. We got double delay with 2 powerhouses. Yeah, and then we have a healer on standby. Yeah, I like that a lot. And then also we have guys if we ever need like the extra CP, extra S-Craft just to pull through. I like it. Alright. So we got guest beds, I assume. 3 of them there. How many men do we have? We have 3 men? And, yeah, okay, I guess this would be the men's room. This is a really nice place, too. I love the blue. And, yeah. And you got a maid right here. Heck yeah. Whoa, the crest looks so cool. Hold up, I gotta go down here and see this. Their family crest looks so sick. If that is their family crest, let's see. Wow. That looks so cool. Arcade crest. That might be what it is. Dang, dude, they got that everywhere. The shield too, that's so cool. Alright, so where do we have to go here? To go here to talk to our boy, because I forgot the guy's name, but he's a bracer, so he probably I'm sure he knows, everybody knows Sarah. Probably was a bracer with Sarah. I can talk to him. You will find Bracer Guild in the town's main plaza. Allow me to wish you all the best of luck today in your academic endeavors. I look forward to seeing how things go. What exactly is there to look forward to? I wonder if he has something planned for us. Okay, well, I guess we have to leave then. Just leave. Man, it is really foggy there. Crazy. So, I'm in Plaza. Should be down this way. Aha, Bracer Guild.
A cross inside a circle. Any idea what it means?
No one really knows for sure. There are a number of theories, though.
Unfortunately, the meanings of most animist symbols have been lost over time.
This building is the Legram branch of the Bracer Guild.
Okay. Legram branch. Oh, the guild emblem. I must not have noticed it earlier with all the mist. Strange. The branches in the capital were closed due to political pressure, but this one still seems to be active. The Legram branch continues to operate as it always has. That's why I was rather surprised to find out that the capital's branches were no longer active. Come to think of it, we met a bracer back when we were in Breahard for our field study. But I saw no signs of a guild branch in there either. It was closed a year ago. Though as I understand it, the pressure to close came from the Duke's household, not the Imperial government. Is that so? Well, braces are an eyesore to most of those well-to-do types. They don't bow to authority. You can't bribe them with Mira. They're all about protecting civilians. Give them any excuse to lean on the bracers to get them out of the picture, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Milliam, that's kind of... You don't mince your words, do you? Choice words coming from an Intelligence Division operative. Do you think you're not complicit in this? Well, it's less us and more Gramps. He went barging into the branches in the capital himself and started telling them what they could and couldn't do. Wow. That explains the instructor's frosty temperament toward him. Man, you guys sure know how to poke a guy where it hurts, don't you? Oh. Now there's a familiar face. I'm pleased to see you again, Toval. Oh, you know each other? No, we just ran into each other once a couple months ago. Long time no see, Laura. Sounds like Sarah's keeping your nose to the grindstone, huh? Wait, so... You must be a former associate of our instructor, I take it. Pretty much. Bracer Toval. So he doesn't have a last name? Oh, he does. I'm Toval Renadier, a bracer with the guild here in the Empire. Good to meet you, ladies and gents of Class 7. Wait a minute. So it wasn't a coincidence that we ran into you in Breahard? Bingo! Sarah told me you were going to be there. She wanted me to keep an eye out for you and step in if you ever got into a real tight spot. But she insisted I play it casual and not give myself away. Man, that part was a lot harder than I thought it'd be. I had no idea. Thank you so much for all your assistance back then. Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to bust Machias out without your help. You may not have directly assisted me, but I suppose you have my thanks nonetheless. You're welcome. Sarah's repaid the debt in full, though, so don't worry about it. Interesting. I had no idea that you'd already met some of the members of our class. Incidentally, Toval, the guild's standing here in Erebonia certainly seems to have shifted over the past 2 years. No doubt. Basically every branch here in the Empire was shut down after the government started putting pressure on us. Some of us found out work in a different field, like Sarah. Others transferred to branches outside the country. But we all agreed to get back together if we can ever resume operations in Erebonia again. Until then, we're just trying to keep a low profile, scraping out a living for ourselves. Sounds like a difficult life. Still, with the guild having to decrease its pressure, isn't there more than enough work for the remaining branches? I wish. The Railway Military Police deals with a lot of the stuff we would have handled before. Your little lady's friend in particular keeps herself pretty busy. Oh, you mean Claire? Yep, she sure is a hard worker. Although with all the time she spends on work, it's no wonder she doesn't have a boyfriend. Milliam, I'm not sure you should go around sharing the details of people's private lives without their consent. Well, I find enough work to keep the lights on here anyway. And this branch has the Viscount's approval, so we can display our sign without getting in trouble. So that's how it is. Well, it's nice to hear that the Viscount seems pretty supportive of the guild. He seems to find much of himself in the Bracer's way of life. Self-reliance, pride, a focus on helping others. He's long said that if he were free of other responsibilities, he would join the guild and work as a bracer himself. Oh my, that seems very... I hardly think a man who owns territory in the Empire could just up and join the bracers. The Radiant Blade Master himself as a bracer, huh? In terms of strength and standing, he's probably on par with Cassius Bright. I'll bet he'd make S rank right on the spot. You know Cassius Bright? I believe he's currently a Brigadier General in the Liberian Army, as well as a bearer of the title Divine Blade. Guess I should expect no less from a member of the Intelligence Division. Anyway, that's how the Viscount ended up asking me to sort out some tasks for your field study. Let me give those to you now. Okay, day 1. Arcade School training bout. Okay. I wish for Lady Laura and you, her classmates, to engage in a friendly training bout against students of the Arcade School. When you have prepared sufficiently, please make your way to the training hall, which is down the stairs outside the mansion and to the right. Close. Okay. Ebel Highway monster. A monster's been spotted roving the Ebel Highway, and he's a big one. Crocodark? Okay. Ebel Highway. I request that Class 7 deal with this threat as soon as they possibly can. Tobal. Many hands make light work. I need someone to replace a lot of ornament lights all along the highway. If you like putting lights into things, you can find me at Watteau's shop. Or store. Alright. Study area is defined as a 200 solids radius around Legram. Each student must record his or her activities daily to be remitted to the instructor upon request. Oh, so this is how your field studies go. Generally, yeah. Should we come back tomorrow to pick up our next set of tasks then? Yeah, I've got some more work I could use your help with. We're pretty short-handed here, so we've got a real monster of a backlog building up. I'm counting on you to pave the way to Easy Street for me, okay? Will do. Alright then, let's waste no time getting started. Looks like one of these requests is from the training hall. It seems to be from Klaus. Got a monster extermination request too. We'll have to head out onto the highway for that one. It would be nice if we could cover as many of the townspeople's requests as possible too. This is so cool! Alright. So we talked to him. Couldn't help but notice that Sarah set you up with a curriculum really similar to the work we bracers do. I guess actual bracer work like the stuff I've been throwing at you must come pretty naturally to you at this point. There's some truth to that, in that for sure. By the way, would you mind if I asked you something? Fire away. I know you gave us a hint back at that bar in Bereahard, but there's also the fact that Instructor Sarah showed up with perfect timing right when we needed her. Your timing's a little too convenient. Did you come after receiving word from the Provincial Army? Nope, I actually heard about what was happening a little earlier from a friend of mine. As soon as the news reached my ears, I shot to my feet and got right in contact with the director here. And he was kind enough to give me a ride on his airship back from the capital. Was that your doing? Well, you see. So essentially things worked out for us thanks to his pulling strings behind the scenes. I see that the bracers live up to their reputation. Guess it makes sense that why they're not too popular with certain folks. Listen, that was just a one-off, alright? I jumped through some serious hoops to make sure everything worked out, you know? We've been in his debt all this time without even realizing. Indeed. I'm glad to know we can count someone as reliable as him as an ally. Alright, cool deal. Alright, so we are going to the Watteau shore. Hello there, Watteau. You've been well, I hope? Of course. We're all doing well here. Though perhaps less so on the business front. Oh? It's not really a big issue. It's just that you've rather rejected the order to raise taxes here. Deliveries coming through in the highway have slowed down a fair bit ever since. It's clear as day that Duke Alperia wasn't too pleased by Lord D'Arcy's decision. I see. Please allow me to apologize for my father's actions. You have no reason to feel responsible, Eustace. Indeed, deliveries by train have come through just fine, so ultimately we're not up a creek without a paddle, at least. Okay, nothing that really boosts anything special. Interesting. Alright. This person. Welcome everyone. I hope the day is treating you well. If you need any ornaments or have any ornament related questions during your stay, you you just come straight to me. Thank you, Duncan. Your service is invaluable as always. It's an honor to hear you say that. That reminds me, I've heard that you guys will be the ones taking on the request I sent into Toval. That's right. You wanted us to do something with the road lamps, right? Could we ask you for some further information about how to do that? Of course. It can take quite a while, though. Are you sure you have the time to do it? Yeah, shouldn't be an issue. Just explain what it is you'd like us to do, and we'll get to it. Alright, here's how it'll go. I'm going to presume you all know what a road lamp is at this point, and you probably also know that they require regular maintenance in order to function as they should. That's especially true here in Legram, since the moisture from the fog causes their circuits to short more frequently. I put in a request for Toval to inspect them not too long ago, actually. To my surprise, he discovered that almost all the lamps close to town are in need of some maintenance work. I assume you want us to replace them all in one go, then? That's correct. To be a bit more specific, I'd like you to replace their orbit lights. That does seem like a long, troublesome task, the kind I'd normally pay someone else to do. The road lamps serve as a safety measure for travelers along the highway, though, so this is important. Sounds about as much fun as picking lint out of my belly button, but oh well, nothing we can really do about it. This does seem like something Toval would usually handle himself, though. Isn't that right? It is. He'd probably laugh at us if a group of promising students weren't able to change a few lights, I'd bet. It really takes me back to our field study in Celtic, though. That's right, we had to do something like this back then. I suppose every town needs working road lamps. So you're practically pros already, then? Hardly. I've finally managed to block off any memories of our group's first field study. Aw, no fair, guys. Stop remembering stuff that I wasn't here for. That's what you get for showing up late to the party. Anyway, I assume the road lamps here also need a code to open up their maintenance panels? Not quite. The lamps here in Legram use a key for access instead. Which means you'll be needing this. Sweet. Well, at least it should make things simpler this way. Yeah, I'm kinda glad I don't need to remember a code this time. And here are the replacement orbit lights you'll need as well. 14 of them, okay. Well, that's a lot of lights. A01 to A05, B01 to B09. They're all marked with letters and numbers. That they are. Each one matches up with the road lamp it should be used on. You use the A01 light in the lamp with A01 written on it, and so on. It's not exactly advanced calculus. So, do you need any pointers on how to change them out? No, I remember how to do it from last time, so I think we'll be fine. Well, that seems to be everything we need to know to get started. We'll be on our way then. Good luck. Alright. So, highway it is. Look at all those lights that don't have lights in them. I mean, lamps that don't have lights in them. Look at all those lightless lights. Looks like the fog's just as thick out on the highway as it is in town. It does go a long way toward keeping the temperature down, but it certainly doesn't help the visibility. True, even we locals lose our sense of direction out on the highway sometimes. But ever since they built the railway through here, there haven't been nearly as many people traveling this road. We'll need to pay extra attention to our surroundings to make sure that we don't become lost. That would be wise, and don't forget there's no telling when some beasts may try to jump out at us. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go! Alright. What? Can I replace those? These obviously don't have lights in them, so how do I replace them?
It feels almost magical.
I know. Like if you just wait long enough, you might see a fairy or something.
Cause these. Oh wait, what? So we're changing. Oh, okay. Okay. Guess that makes sense. The road lamp appears to have dimmed significantly. On the plate, the letters A01 can be read. Alright, that's one light exchanged. This doesn't seem so bad. I don't suppose so. We just need to repeat this for the other 13 lamps on the highway. And the work itself seems simple, at least. Perhaps we should take turns doing it then. That sounds fair. It's only right to share the workload. Yay, I got the next one! You're welcome to it. Here's some dim symbol. AO2. Let's fight this guy. Beat him up here.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Go.
We'll be partnering up with Laura to get vengeance and powerful attack.
Of course. Hi.
Very well.
Yes, sir!
It'd be funny if they couldn't link together.
There!
My turn. Go.
An opening.
I'll handle this.
What's up, Blue?
Right. Huh.
Here I go!
Here you go.
There!
My turn.
Alright.
My turn. Go!
Gotcha!
Of course. Huh.
I really want to
We
see
should keep
Eustace's and Milliam's victory pose,
Great.
since he doesn't seem to like her that much. Alright. I would have loved to have seen the scene of her jumping on him like she did Reen to wake him up. He's like, what are you doing? That'd be funny. Alright, so this one should be A03. Yeah, okay.
You're in my way.
Right.
I should get zeros at least. God. Crystal Flood's so cool. It did nothing to him.
Go. Go.
An opening.
You're finished.
I'll handle this.
Here I go! There! Well, that's that. Let's get going.
Alright. Okay, let's go ahead and head up this way. That happened
Enemy
in the
sighted.
last time.
Take him out.
My turn.
Actually, this would be fine though.
Go.
My turn. Arcus activate.
My turn. Now.
Gotcha!
That's fine.
Here we go.
Yes, sir!
My turn.
That's fine.
Go. There. Now's our chance.
An opening.
You're finished.
Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
And I've got a way to go to get to your level.
Oh wow, hold on, that kind of sucks. Not that, that's interesting. Actually, let's do hers first. She already has double dash delay after using Mirage Arts. That's good. Passion's good. Here he has Fortuna. That's... Strength plus 20, attack 2. Oh, strength plus 40, that doubles that. We don't need this much HP though. Let's get rid of HP 1 and give her attack 2. Oh, I passed it. Wait, we can't give her attack 2. Oh, because it's under. Oh, gotcha. working, that's fine then. Yeah. EP cut 1, let's do EP cut 2 instead. That works for me. Okay. Sounds good. Huge. Cool.
Now's our chance! Let's smash him!
Go! Go!
An opening! Right! Hi! Now!
Go!
Fall!
Very well. Go!
Gotcha! My turn!
My turn!
My turn. How pathetic.
What a large monster. We'll need to be careful.
A worthy adversary.
Here we go! Ha! Now's our chance!
An opening! Of course. Hi!
My turn. Be gone! Ha!
Oh wow.
My turn! Blow him away!
Here we go!
My turn. Huh?
Very well.
My turn! We'll cut our own path!
I've only just begun.
I'm awesome!
Oh, a treasure chest.
Burn. Okay. Cool. Okay. That was you with no chest over there. Gotcha. Of course, his gnat would leave me alone. Dude keeps on flying in my face. Alright. There was a green thing on the map. What is this? What is that? Oh, it's something I haven't done yet. Okay. It's AO4. I didn't do AO4 yet. Right. Oh, he respawned that quick. Alright. So we'll go to area B, basically. Yep. And it should be 9 here, so it's 9, because 9 plus 4, and 9 plus 5 is 14. Alright. How many chests are there? Yeah. Something there, I don't know what that is. 2 chests over here. Interesting.
Let's get this over with.
My turn!
Right! Ta!
I'll handle this. Yeah. I shall fulfill my duty as a noble.
The advantage Of course. Hey!
I'll handle this.
Here I go!
My turn!
Very well. How pathetic.
Oh, the train comes through here!
That's the Ebel branch line, the same line we traveled here on.
Cool. That seems to be all that's necessary. Well done, Laura. That makes 7 lamps done, I think. We're finally halfway done. 7 down, 7 to go. Yeah, let's get those last 7 done. Alright.
Enemy sighted! Take him out!
Of course. Hey!
My turn!
My turn.
Go! There!
What?
My turn. Ha!
I'll handle this.
Yes, sir! Blow 'em away!
Here we go!
Oh, man.
Right. Ah! Evil will fall before my blade.
That should suffice.
Alright. Go over there last.
The advantage is ours.
My turn!
My turn.
Of course. Ha!
My turn!
Go!
Very well.
Of course. Ha!
My turn!
Go!
Very well.
Of course. Ha!
Here I go! There!
Go!
Oh, wasn't over yet.
Okay, it's safe for now.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
Just getting started.
Ooh, that one looks tough.
Watch out. This is a tough one.
Thank God he didn't
My
get
turn.
the advantage.
Second form. Gale! Now's our
Those are
chance.
facing.
Laura!
Understood. My turn.
Okay, brilliant.
No
Spin in
escape.
here.
Yes, sir! There! Now!
There! Very well.
Go!
My turn!
I'll handle this.
Right. Hey.
Here we go.
My turn. How pathetic.
BO7. Did I miss one along the way? No, I'm going the right way right now. Well, actually, no, I missed that on purpose, though, but I'll be coming back to that here shortly. There's a chest up this way, though. Over here.
Enemy sighted. Take
Those
him
are
out.
fast, man.
My turn.
Oh my gosh, so quick.
Right.
Let's do another brilliant spin. One
No
shot
escape.
bomb.
You still have a lot of training to do.
Aegis. Nice. Adamant shield. Once per fight.
I did it.
Something over here. Oh, maybe that's the guy we have to fight for the quest, for one of the mainline quests. Let's finish up these lights first.
Now's our chance! Let's smash him!
Go. All right, let's do this.
Leave it
I'll
to
handle
me.
this.
Right. Huh?
Here I go!
Very well. I'll handle this. Now!
Gotcha!
Right.
Yes, sir!
My turn.
Let's get him. We'll be back up. So,
That's that. Let's keep moving.
and the last one was up here. That's the last of them. 14 lamps. That's a good day's work. The highway should be better now, though it's difficult to tell with all this fog. At least the residents of Legram should be safer as they travel the highway now. Now that we've finished up, we should report back to our client. Yeah, let's go back and see Duncan. We can't go that way yet. This highway leads all the way to Breahard. Yes, but it's not a distance any sane man would want to travel on foot. We're turning around. Alright. Let's see if this is the, yeah. That must be the monster we were sent out here to defeat. Looks like it matches the description, but it's hard to tell with all this mist. Ooh, it looks really strong. But we've got Lamie at our side, so it should be a piece of cake. I wouldn't be so sure. Visibility is quite poor here. We can't take anything for granted. I agree. We should be thoroughly prepared before we engage it. Right. We'll back off right now, though. fight. Oh my gosh. What's down here? Get this stuff right here. Hopefully Laura's CP will be back to normal then.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Now's our chance! Let's smash him!
My turn. Arcus, activate.
I'll handle this.
Right! Ta! Off guard!
Got it.
Full!
Follow up master.
Yes,
Perfect.
sir!
Don't one shot, please. Oh, that's fine too.
Ha!
Very well.
We'll be skipping
Go.
turns here.
Of course!
Yes, sir!
Go.
Very well.
Right!
Yes, sir!
Here we go.
My turn.
Right!
I should get CP up.
Here
There
I
we
go!
My turn.
Cool.
We'll cut our own path.
There's another. Oh, okay. There wasn't two enemies here. Ground bait and a mimic chest. Okay.
I welcome all challengers.
Go. The second form, Gale. Go. Laura.
Of course! Of course! No escape! Off guard!
Got it.
My turn.
My turn!
Oh, wrong enemy.
Here we go.
Very well.
No, wrong guy. Shit. Oh well.
Right!
Have her defeat him.
My turn!
She's just gonna
Here we
stand
go.
by,
My turn.
stand by.
Of course! Hey! We should keep going. I've only just begun.
Radiant Wings. Support, strength, and defense plus 50%. Insight. Oh wow. Okay. ADS and ADM. Okay. Increase physical abilities at the expense of magical ones. Yeah. Interesting. Abyss Shadow. So speed plus 15 prevents death blows, delay, and vanish. A gem made from jet black Noval glows faintly. Okay. Let's play this one real quick.
Now's the chance. Let's get him. Here we go.
Should be able to just
Of
basic
course.
attack. Yeah, she gets it right here.
Yes, sir!
I'll handle this.
Here we go.
Right! Ta! Off guard!
Got it.
She did not get it.
Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
And I've got a way to go to get to.
I'm awesome!
That should suffice.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
Nice.
Let's see. Alright, let's just go over here. Let's fight this boss here. We'll be fine.
Ooh, that one looks tough.
Watch out. This is a tough one. My turn.
Oh, there's two of them. Okay, cool deal.
Come on, Lammy!
See how tough they are?
Giant Breaker!
My turn.
Oh yeah, we get that. 4, 5, 2, 5. Okay. Hit the weaker one.
You're into Sure! Crystal Saber! My turn! Flames, gather on my blade! Strike!
Right!
Alright, that's funny.
Off guard! My turn! Behold, my most powerful
I should have
strike!
done Radiant Wings to see how strong it really is. Strength plus
Radiant blade
50%? Oh my god. That probably would have killed right here. Oh yeah, it definitely would have killed. Oh,
Fool!
My turn!
I just
Very
basically
well.
attacked to win here. And he
My
dies
turn.
right here.
There! Don't mess with us!
Well, that takes care of that. Not bad for your first monster extermination. I guess we shouldn't have expected any less. The tough part was actually getting to the monster this time, though. True, this mist doesn't make for the smoothest of navigation. If the air were a bit cleaner today, we might have been able to explore a few other routes through the area. But for now, we'd be wise to return to Legram and give our report. Yeah, let's head back to town. Sounds good to me. Oh,
Let's go, lady!
alright, they asked for it. I have
Yes,
no
sir.
qualms.
There!
My turn.
Right!
Overkill! Okay.
Here we go! Now's our chance!
An opening!
You're finished!
Your swordsmanship gets better with every battle.
And I've got a way to go to get to your level.
Alright. Oh. Alright. Oh, that's the train. Sorry. What was the other? Oh, we gotta turn that in at Watto's shop. So, Watto's store. Turn it into this guy. Thank you very much for your help. A well-lit highway is always a boon to travelers. You needn't thank us. We were glad to offer our assistance. I'm glad we were able to shed a little light on things. People will be better off for it. That's what matters to me. Oh yeah, I should return these. Many thanks. Well, then a good effort deserves a good reward in kind. Crystal Flood. Okay, we actually have that on. Oh, but it's a better Crystal Flood, isn't it? Thank you very much. You know, this has kind of been bugging me the whole time, but isn't it a little weird that so many went all out at the same time? Does that happen a lot? Actually, no. It's a rather impressive coincidence now that you mention it. Especially considering each light was last replaced at a different time. You said Toval, the one who normally handles replacing them, right? I wonder if he actually did something to cause this then. Perhaps he wanted us to experience the realities of the Bracer lifestyle. That's really stretching it. Indeed, I'm certain a man like him would never do something so pointless. Considering how cunning he already proved himself to be back in Breahard, it's not impossible. We're probably just overthinking things, at least, I hope we are. Okay, so we got all that. What Is it better than lore? So that's a real question here. Oh, okay, no, it's gotta be better. I mean, we get Crystal Flood through 800 plus AP, 80 EP, and 10 ATS. So, but let's see if it's better. Let's see. Chrono Break. When do we get that? Slows down the flow of time for targeted enemies. That's cool. Speed plus 5. And delay 15. Oh, it's the first time I've seen a. It's the first time I've seen a. Excuse me, art do a delay. Okay. Yeah. AD and ATS. Freeze 30%. Yeah, that's cool. Hydro Cannon and Aethleus. Revives one ally and heals a medium amount of HP. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so where do we have to go next? Turn that in. Middle at Tobal now. Okay. Pressure Guild. Whoa, seems like you took care of that monster roaming around out on the highway. We did, though with all the thick fog, finding our way was more trouble than I'd expected. We certainly had to pay close attention to our surroundings this time. It did serve as good training, I admit. That's good to hear. Oh yeah, can't forget the reward, can I? Here you go. Wow. Are you really sure we can have all of these? Not a problem. This is the reward the guild set for it, so it's all yours. It's not like I'm forking over fat stacks of mirrors, so no need to worry. Thanks. Thank you very much. You deserve it. Saved me from a real bother of a mission. Alright then, good luck with the rest of your tasks. Cool. And the last one is... So we head to the mansion. Wasn't there a mansion like really close to the school? Yeah, the school's right here to our left. Yep. Oh, that's a chapel. Well. Oh, here's the school then. No? That's where the, This wouldn't be where the school is. That's the inn. Move out the way! Maybe this is where the school is? Oh yeah. No. This can't be the school. That's a chapel. Is this the school then? It is. What the hell? Oh, there's Klaus. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I see you were able to begin your field study without incident. We were. Thank you for your help. Incidentally, I noticed it was you yourself who placed this request for us. Indeed I did. I hope it wasn't too presumptuous of me. My request is merely this. I would like you to engage in a training bout with the students of the Arcade School. That's what it says on the in the request description. I'm game. It's not often we get a training opportunity like this. But are you sure we'd provide enough of a challenge? Oh, I'm certain of it. By my assessment, you're all more than capable combatants. A swordsman of the famed 8 leaves on One Blade School, an adept court in fencing, even a seasoned spearman. You each seem to handle your weapons with the poise only born of many battles. Poise only born of many battles, the young lady included. You can tell that just by looking at us? You never even seen us fight. Be that as it may, he seems to have a pretty good idea of what we can do. It's like he can even tell that Lammy's here. Well, I've mentioned all of you before in my letters home. Though I expect Klaus could easily have deduced that much nonetheless. He makes a strong case for his position as acting master of the Arcade School at the very least. I'm flattered. All of those training here right now are at the beginner level. I believe you'll be an appropriate match for each other in terms of skill. It sounds like the kind of hands-on lesson even a Thor's education can't buy. Very well, we'd be happy to accept. You have my thanks. If it's alright with you, I'd like to begin right away. Let me know when you're ready. Would you mind letting us wait a little longer? We still have some things we need. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. That must be because that's the last thing we have to do. Or it'll like... You have to be ready. Okay. We're all ready. Just give the word. Excellent. Then please take your place on the stage at the center of the hall. Listen up, our opponents are Lady Laura's classmates. They may be young, but don't underestimate them. I know. I'm not planning to lie down for these guys. I'm not planning on losing either. No fair, why can't I join? It wouldn't hardly be a fair fight if you summoned your doll to battle. As a student of this school, I also have to resist the urge to join in. Being a spectator can still teach us much though. Lame. So, these are our opponents from the Arcade School. Klaus said they're all at the beginner level, but in this school I'm betting even the beginners are pretty skilled. Indeed, it would be unwise to underestimate their ability. We're going to need to give this all we've got, for us and for them. We can do this. We have variety on our side. Is everyone ready? Then, begin! Thus, our training bout with the students of the Arcade School started with a bang. They were as skilled as we'd suspected, and we were forced to play to our strength, relying on the team tactics we'd honed by fighting together. Finally, after a long, hard-fought battle, we emerged victorious. The battle has been decided. We did it! Oh, barely scraped out a victory there. Oh man, we lost. How shameful. Seems like we still have a long way to go after all. Yeah, we're going to have to turn our training up a few notches. Thanks for coming out and giving us a good fight. That battle made for some excellent training. You can say that again. I know I learned where I could stand to brush up. I know I learned where I could stand to brush up. Your skill in battle was befitting of the reputation of the Arcade School. He's right, you all fought wonderfully. It was an excellent battle. I see you've all been diligent in your training while I've been away. Boo. What now, Milliam? I want to fight too! Oh my. Milliam, don't do... Whoa! What the hell is that? A silver doll? Milliam. Honestly, are you incapable of sitting quietly for just 5 minutes? But just sitting here watching you guys fight is so boring. I'm ready to jump in. Come on. You don't just want to sit on the sidelines either, right, Laura? Well, I don't suppose I can deny that. You too, huh? This does seem a bit of a problem. It does present a bit of a problem. I think having Ergetlum take the field might give us too much of an unfair advantage. Well, if that's the case, allow me to serve as your opponent instead. Huh? Master Klaus. I may not be the young man I once was, but I'm still the acting master and caretaker of this school. For his lordship in his absence, I believe he'll find me a worthy opponent, even for that silver puppet. Whoa! Wow. This stance leaves almost no openings. I can see that acting masters isn't simply an honorary title. I see, but if Klaus is going to join in the battle, I would like to as well. Laura? Lady Laura. I've been defeated by Klaus on more occasions than I'd like to count. I'd enjoy the opportunity to show him how much I've improved. As you wish then. Show me all that you've learned during your time at the Academy. Ooh, this is getting exciting! Well, this seems to have escalated rather quickly. I suppose not everyone has the patience to sit on the sidelines, especially when they're itching for a good fight. Good grief, what do you think we ought to do? I don't think there's anything we can do. Master Reen, I would greatly enjoy the chance to cross blades with a swordsman of the 8 Leaves One Blade School. Would you be willing to participate as well? Of course, I'd be glad to accept. Good, good. How about you choose one more of your classmates to round out your team? You'll all be facing me, and if you're able to defeat me, you will have completed my request. In that case, let's get Eustace in here. Would you mind, Eustace? Very well. Alright. Our boy. Then let us begin. But please, don't hold back on account of my age. I doubt you'll even give us the opportunity to do so. No doubt, I can feel his power already, and he hasn't even made a move yet. We're going to need to come at him with everything we've got. Even more than the last fight. I wasn't planning on holding back anyway. Alright then, begin!
Come! Show me what you can do!
Right! Shatter!
Here we go!
Resist.
All right, let's do this!
Gotcha!
Very well. My turn.
Matt won't leave me alone. Oh, what the hell? He didn't attack.
Here I go!
Here we go!
Alright,
Here I go! Yeah!
I suppose I should thank you.
Here I go! Yeah!
You have my thanks.
This is nothing.
My turn!
You're in the shoe! Crystal Saber!
My turn! Arcus, activate!
Here I go! Yeah!
I suppose I should thank you.
Huh.
Of
okay,
course.
that actually helps, kind of, to be honest. Oh wait, that doesn't help. That's bad. Can we split up here?
Right!
What about a crystal?
Here we go!
Yes, sir!
Should have put in a healer here.
Here goes. That's for you.
Thanks!
Oh, it actually hits them too. Interesting. Oh, you thrust on me? That kill? No, it doesn't. Okay.
This could be bad.
He's keeping her. He's running her. Basically, not useless, but not really able to do much here.
My turn!
She can't use radiant there. Okay. Shoot that.
Come on, Lammy.
I should have waited, but oh well.
Here we go!
Very well.
Okay, you need to heal.
Yeah.
Right.
Flames, gavel on my blade! Strike!
Right.
I'll handle this.
No way. Now he attacked him. Actually, no, he runs over there and kills her. Interesting.
I'm done for.
And he gets to go again. Now he kills Jesus. No, he
Right.
misses. She's still paralyzed, basically. Can't do anything. That works for me.
Very well.
Nah, he doesn't need to do that because I'm going to make him heal.
My turn!
Oh, nice.
This old dog still knows a few tricks.
Of course.
Nice. Now she can finally do what she needs to. Which I would like that to be. Actually, this real quick. See how strong she is. Dude, she's going to have so much here.
Very well.
Actually, we're just going to have to do this real quick. And then Laura will probably finish it off with having like 6 stacks of strength. Or no, she has 3 stacks of
Here we go.
defense. Okay. Yeah, we'll break.
Behold, my most powerful strike!
I want to see how much this does.
Radiant Blade Dance!
Go!
Crit. 12k.
There! Now's our chance! Laura!
Of course!
Here we go! There!
No, it doesn't either. He's barely survives. Attacks uses.
Very well.
Basic attacks.
Just as I hoped.
What a waste of time. Let's go.
I did it!
We stand victorious. Wow. Did they seriously defeat Master Claus? I should have expected no less. It's been quite some time since I was last bested in combat. He doesn't even seem all that tired. I guess that's the acting master of the Arcade School for you. Gracious me, what a thrilling battle. And your silver puppet was more challenging of an opponent than I had anticipated, young lady. Well, there aren't many people out there who can handle Lammy's swings as well as you did. And the Radiant Blade Master is supposed to be on a whole different level. It sure is a big world out there. You have no idea. Incidentally, Master Reen, yes? It was an honor to see the skills of a practitioner of the 8 Leaves One Blade style firsthand. However, I couldn't help but sense you holding something back, a wavering of your clear intent, if just for a moment. Holding something back? I thought so. I apologize if I said something impertinent. You needn't pay any mind to this rambling, to the ramblings of a foolish old man. No, I appreciate you saying so. I'll take it to heart. Huh? I don't get it. Anyway, I guess that means we've got this request all wrapped up, right? Certainly. Thank you for your assistance. This was a most fulfilling training session for everyone. Just being able to watch such an amazing fight got me all fired up. We're immensely grateful for all you've done for us. Not at all. It was our honor. When we meet again, I'd enjoy the opportunity to have a training bout with you all myself. It would be our pleasure. We'll be sure to train to the fullest extent of our abilities in the meantime. You won't be disappointed. It's only been a few short months, but your growth has been considerable. I'm certain you have your fellow classmates at the academy to thank for that. When I see how well you fought together, I'm filled with the deepest of admiration. I agree. I think they're the reason I've been able to grow like I have. Even taking on this request has helped teach and strengthen me as well. Laura, the day will eventually come when you'll be able to best me in single combat sooner than you think at that. And you can be sure I'll continue devoting myself to my training, pursuing that goal. I'm very much looking forward to it. I wish you all the best with your field study here in Legram. May it be a rewarding and fulfilling experience. As butler to the Arcade household, I'll be praying for your success. Thank you. Alright. Killen? Laura's S-Craft Radiance. Strengthened to become a Radiant Waltz. What? Huh? Wait a minute. I didn't know that was a thing. Like, I always thought hers lacked a little bit in, like, the flash compartment, which, I mean, it's a great sword you're swinging heavy. Like, it looked great. It still looked really cool. But Radiant Waltz. So now it may have a different look to it. That's gonna be so cool. Okay. Ooh, looks like it's almost evening already. The sunset sky makes for a very picturesque view, don't you think? It seems that the mist has cleared somewhat too. I would venture a guess that tomorrow will be a clear, sunny day. Anyway, we've finished up all the main tasks we had for the day, so we should probably head back to the guild now. I'm sure Toval's curious how we fared out there. Sounds like a plan to me. Can we not do that right now and go check out Laura's new skill that she probably doesn't even know she has yet? That's not the right place.
Ah! There's a boat on the wharf!
And that's the ferry liner. It returns to the wharf every evening.
Can I fish somewhere?
This looks like a nice spot.
I bet it does, Reen. Let's do it. Let's do it. We can't turn it down. We gotta get all the fish. Oh, we got a big ass crab. That's the fighter right here.
Wow, this is a big one!
Queen Crab, 14 out of 20 now. Damn. Another one.
Wow, this is a big one!
Last one. Okay. Crawfish. Or crayfish, whatever they called it.
What even is this?
Alright. That's cool enough for me right now. That's good enough for me right now. Let's see. Dang, we can't go to Ebel Highway, man? Come on. We'll go back tomorrow then, I guess, in game. Oh, wrong place.
We're back.
Today was so much fun!
Oh, hey, welcome back.
Seems my timing could hardly have been better.
Her dad's here?
Huh?
Father? When did you get back? When only Klaus came to greet us, I assumed I wouldn't be seeing you while I was in Legram.
Fortunately, I was able to take some time away from my engagements to see you and your class. And while I was in town, I also had some business to attend to with the guild, which is what brings me here. It does my heart good to see you again, Laura. It seems you've grown since I last saw you.
Father, please don't treat me like a child. But it's good to be back.
It's good to have you back.
So that's the Radiant Blade Master. Laura's dad seems so cool. She sounds embarrassed, but I've rarely seen her so happy.
Ah, these must be your friends.
Right. These are my classmates from Class 7 and my partners in this field study.
Victor S. Arcade.
Then let me welcome you to Legram. I'm Viscount Arcade, the ruling lord here. My daughter has told me all about you in her letters. So it's a pleasure to finally be able to put faces to the names.
This is delicious. Oh, careful, Millennium, you're going to drip sauce all over the table. Wow, so this is real Legram cuisine. I think I like everything on the table. You can say that again. This fatty meat has me thinking past seconds and all the way to thirds. That's roast wild boar. It's been a staple in many local dishes for generations. Is something troubling you, son of the House of Almeria? You seem to have brought your worries to the table tonight, but not your appetite. Well, it's just that I know my family has been causing you a lot of trouble. Eustace. Is he? Oh, that's just minor disagreements. You probably know it all too well. Conflicts over taxes among the nobility, or as sure as the thing of the rising sun. of the sun rising. My bad, or something like that. It's nothing to be so concerned about. Thank you for your kind words. But come, tell me of your day. I hear you fought Klaus this afternoon, and emerged victorious at that. We did, though I did feel like he was holding back against us. Nonsense, my lady. You and your classmates fought with the boldness of young lions. I look forward to seeing you soar to even greater heights. Ah, marvelous. I did have my hopes that you might choose to attend that girls' school in the capital. But you seem to have made some excellent friends at Thor, so perhaps this is how things were meant to be. I feel the same. Laura. Green, was it? I'm curious. I can sense fear in your swordsmanship, a certain hesitation. What? Father. The sword hermit Yun Kafai. In addition to being your master and the founder of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, he's also a personal acquaintance of mine. In fact, I've requested a duel with him on numerous occasions. I see. If you'll forgive me for asking, who was the victor? The victor is yet to be decided. Pitting our respective philosophies against one another is such an engaging experience. We always lose track of time. To think there's a swordman out there capable of fighting on equal terms with you. The world truly is a vast place. I can hardly imagine what a duel like that would be like. But getting back to what I was saying, the 8 Leaves One Blade School draws its influence from elements of several other Eastern schools of swordsmanship. The style's philosophy has such depth, it's not difficult to see why one who masters it is known as the Divine Blade. But there's something about you, Rean, something that terrifies you so much that its mere shadow pins you in place. He's almost certainly referring to... I've occasionally gotten that impression myself. So this is the burden Rean carries. Indeed, it seems like whatever happened in the old schoolhouse last month had something to do with it, but... She said, what? You have me at a loss. I never would have imagined you'd be able to tell so much about me so easily. But thanks to that, I've made up my mind. What? Oh? My lord, I ask of you as the Radiant Blade Master, would you grant me the honor of a duel? What? That's cool. Uh-oh. Dang. I mean, you can't turn up an opportunity like that, especially when you're like...
Wow, this is mega cool!
Okay.
He's really gonna duel the Radiant Blade Master! But is he really strong enough to beat him?
He doesn't stand a chance. Receiving instruction from him would be one thing, but to duel a master like Viscount Arcade...
Looks like the odds aren't in his favor then.
Rean, please reconsider. You too, Father. Stop this nonsense.
Your dad's
Please,
dead.
Laura, stay out of this.
He was dead before dinner.
This duel is between Rean and myself. Stand aside. Are you certain this is what you want?
I am. It's an honor to have the opportunity to test my mettle against the renowned Radiant Blade Master. Thank you for accepting.
I admire your spirit. Now, show me what a swordsman of the 8 Leaves is capable of.
Oh.
What the?
Whoa! Amazing!
He can wield such a massive blade so deftly with just one hand?
Unbelievable.
That's Galan Charl, a great sword that's been passed down in the Arcade family for generations. It was once wielded by the ancestor of our house, the second in command of the Eisenritter.
I can sense incredible power within him. He may be even stronger than my master.
So what are you gonna do, Rean? Fight him with your fist?
Which means that against him... Rean Schwarzer of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, beginner rank. I stand ready.
Victor S. Arcade, master and successor of the Arseid School. Ready.
Oh.
Begin!
Now, show me what you're capable of.
I just die immediately, one shot. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to lose here. I'm not gonna lie.
There!
Yeah.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Ouch!
This is why I tried to stop them.
I could barely even see what happened.
It's not like Reen is weak.
It's more that his opponent's strength is so far beyond his.
What are you doing? This duel is not yet over. To your feet, at once.
Father?
I wonder if he's gonna push it out
I
of him.
know you're capable of more than this.
Please, dude. Oh, dude, I hope he pushes out like the whatever's inside Reed.
But if you are still too afraid to assert your true strength, then I have no choice but to force your hand. Now, show me.
He disappeared?
No.
Too slow.
Whoa!
This is...
Is this what Reen is afraid of?
Excellent. This is as it must be. This is the power that slumbers deep within you. As long as you continue to cower in the face of it, you'll remain forever at a standstill. I want to see your true potential.
12,000 HP.
Now.
That's so cool. What does heat up do? And we're supposed to 5 CP, cures that down. Really, that's all good. Compassion. Hey, I don't think he has CP whenever he's in this stage.
Now.
Yeah. Oh, he does get CP when he's in this stage. Interesting.
Too simple.
I'm supposed to beat him now. That's just gonna suck.
Now.
Trying to win this.
Now. Now.
You'll not escape.
Oh no, just kill him. It doesn't kill him.
Now.
Now we do a big boy heal here.
Now. Now. Fall to ruin!
It's so cool. It's so cool. Oh my gosh, but it does nothing to him.
You will not escape.
Now. Now.
50,000 HP, brother. Alright.
Now. Now. Now.
Right?
Now.
Gotta start buying this. I have a lot of Mira.
You'll not escape!
Good thing this gives me a bunch of CP when he attacks me like this.
Now.
Actually, no, it doesn't.
You'll not escape!
Now.
I can S break before his turn. Unless he got to go again, I don't know. I was curious. Oh shit!
Time to finish this! Radiant
Good thing I have full HP. Oh bullshit! Fuck you! You know how much I've spent. No, I'm just kidding. Damn. I could have won that with HP.
Reen!
HP stuff.
Reen! Wow.
But it makes sense that I would have done that
That
much.
dude was crazy!
Yeah, though it all makes sense now.
I mean, if Laura's can do like 14k, then his can do probably like 100.
Why Reen asked the Viscount for a duel in the first place.
You fool. Are you shouldering such a burden alone all this time?
Are you alright, Reen?
Father, there was no need to go that far.
I'm fine. He held back. I admit defeat. I'm honored to have seen the Radiant Blade Master's signature technique.
I think you're finally starting to understand. What we call power is simply a measure of one's raw strength. Without knowing how to properly apply it,
Oh, fuck, he has no real meeting.
when you deny the power you already possess, you're only shortchanging yourself.
You're right. I feel like I finally get what my master was trying to teach me about the laws of nature. But I'm afraid understanding that is only going to make me even more uncertain.
Reen.
That's nothing to be ashamed of. Stand up, dust yourself off, and step forward. Grapple with that fear each day if that's what it takes. Uncertainty weighs on the hearts of all people, but it's far preferable to standing still.
The mist seems to have cleared. So, that's the Saint's castle. You can't come out right now. Someone might notice you.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. The Radiant Blade Master may be scarily perceptive, but I doubt he'll notice my little moonlit stroll.
Honestly.
Well, what do you think? I'm not sure how much we can count on the boy. It seems he's finally found what he needs to move past what's been holding him back. But I'm still not certain he's going to make it in time.
That's not for us to decide. Our role is to watch over and guide him, nothing more. I don't want you to do anything like that ever again.
Fine, fine. Setting that aside for now. I'm sure you've already sensed it, but there's definitely something inside that castle. That place is out of our jurisdiction, but I have a bad feeling about this one.
Me too. I suppose all we can do is point Laura toward it and hope she notices too.
Laura wasn't in the bedroom either, though. What was she up to? What did she see?
Ooh,
Or does
you're
she even
moving
know
up in the
anything? I
world.
don't know.
I've got a little reward here for you.
Strega A1s.
Keep up the good work.
The Strega and ones? Whoa. Wow, what a view! Looking at the lake, it's like I'm gazing into a vast mirror. I suppose that wharf you can see in the distance must be over in the Sutherland province. You can see the Saint's castle way more clearly today, too. So this is what Legram looks like on a clear day. It almost seems like we're in a different town. Well, both faces of the town have a place in my heart. Hey, I'm sorry for all the fuss I caused yesterday. Rean, you really did. However, you did what you did out of necessity, correct? Yeah. Before yesterday, I'd never been able to recognize the truth behind my master's teachings. But crossing swords with your father, it was like I finally realized what he wanted me to understand all those years. I see. In that case, I won't criticize what you did. I can understand that feeling struggling forward even in the face of adversity. It seems like the winds have granted you their blessing. Still, Rean, I think you owe us an explanation. What was that power you displayed during the duel? I've never seen its like. It was so cool. You suddenly turned into a whole different person. Almost like some kind of power that was locked up inside you came roaring out in one big flash. Yeah, I guess that's what it must seem like. There's some beast-like instinct sleeping inside me. And when I completely lose control of myself, it just swallows me up, transforms me somehow. I've known about it ever since I was a kid, and all my life I've lived in fear of it, of that other self. It seems like a strange burden to bear. Something beast-like? I don't know, seemed pretty cool. Besides, if it makes you even stronger, why not just be like that all the time? I wish it were that simple. Years ago, I first asked my master to teach me the way of the sword in order to suppress that power. I thought if I could master the art of fighting, I could master my fear and quell those instincts. But that did nothing to solve the underlying problem, and eventually I ended up having my training discontinued. Pretty pathetic, huh? Oh, Rean. But you said that yesterday's duel helped you realize something, right? Right. I can deny it up and down, but doing that doesn't change the fact that it's in there somewhere. And unless I can accept that, I won't be able to reconcile myself with the past, or really think about my future. I mean, it sounds so simple saying it now, but it took this long for me to realize it. Oh, I see. Trouble just seems to seek you out, doesn't it? So you intend to accept your lot and move forward, even though the way is anything but certain? It's actually rather inspiring. I hope you'll tell Group B what you've shared with us. I think they'd be really glad to hear it from you. Yeah, I think I will. I feel like everyone's been worried after what happened at the old schoolhouse last month. Hey, I heard the big news. You seriously dueled the Radiant Blade Master? Well, he was kind enough to give me a chance to test my skill against him. The gap between him and me is so wide that calling it a duel is being generous. Nah, don't sell yourself short. It takes some real guts to even think of trying to duel with the Viscount. I know you battled Laura and her strength is pretty intense, but he's on a whole different level. I can see you didn't achieve beginner rank in the at least one blade school for nothing. You're surprisingly well informed. That's a bracer for you. Well, the guild has pretty close ties with the 8 Leaves One Blade School after all. Anyway, let me get you those tasks for today. This will be day 2. Okay, we got very little today. It's another monster on Ebel Highway, but we don't know what kind of monster it is. Don't let me down, Class 7. Get this taken care of ASAP. An offering to the departed. I would like to practice making an offering to Saint Sandlot. Would you be willing to help me gather the materials necessary to do so? If so, come see me at the Legram Chapel. Sister Thermus. Okay. Oh, I was expecting there to be more, I guess. I am rather curious about this monster extermination request. Didn't want to overload you since I'm planning on giving you an extra task this afternoon. Sounds like this will be your last full day in Legram, so I want to get the most out of you while I've got you here. Anyway, to go on out there and do what you can, do what you do. Got it. No sense in waiting to get started then. Well, at least it shouldn't take long. Okay, let's roll on out. Alright. Okay. Why's he... Gotta say, it's great having you guys around. It isn't often that I just get to kick back at the guild and take care of the paperwork. And hey, it gives me the time to take care of some other stuff too. Other stuff? Nothing too big. The guild branch over in Crossbell just dropped me a little inquiry relating to the trade conference, actually. We're an international organization that makes it easy to get the latest info, but it also increases our workload. So that's how it works, huh? No wonder he always seems to be on top of things. That's cool. Alright, so we're going to the chapel. And the chapel would be up these stairs and to the right? Yeah. Okay, where are you at, system? Oh, there you are. Oh, hello everyone. Good day, Sister Theramis. Have you grown accustomed to Legram while I was away? I have. Everyone's been so kind. The only thing I just can't get used to is Father Hamilcar's lackadaisical approach to his work. Okay, and that's understandable. He has his good points, though. Really, I've yet to see him act like a responsible adult even once. We probably shouldn't be gossiping about this, though. I assume you came along because of my request, right? That's right. We'd like you to tell us a little more about it. The request mentions that you plan on making an offering. That's correct. I'll need a number of items in order to make it, and I'd like you to collect them for me if you're able. Do you have the time to take this on for me? I mean, I understand if you don't. Do it, yeah. Sure, we'll fit you in. Thank you very much. Allow me to tell you about what I need you to do. As Lady Laura knows, it's a custom here in Legram to hold a memorial service for Saint Sandlot and the Eisenritter each year. The period in which this service is held is coming up rather soon, too. That sounds like one kind of a downer. Well, it's not supposed to be a lively event. The memorial service is held to mourn the brave warriors who gave their lives during the War of the Lions. Will the church be leading the service? The people here seem to have a strong belief in animism, so I wouldn't have expected that to be the case. Not quite. The church is just assisting with it. Animism has much deeper roots than the church here, so it's only natural that we respect it. Legram seems to be similar to Nord in that regard. Yeah, animism is just as widely believed over there as it is here. And yet despite that, both communities believe in the church's teachings as well. Well, the church has never once denied the existence of spirits after all. In my opinion, that's one of the reasons its teachings have spread across the continent like they have. I guess Adios has a big enough heart for everyone, huh? Quite right. Getting back on topic though, I've actually been asked to prepare an offering for the memorial service myself. Oh? Will this be your first time doing so? It will. Because of that, I'd like to practice a little before the service itself. That's why I'd like to ask you all to collect the ingredients I need for it. Oh, so that's how it is. What exactly will you be making? I'm going to be making pretzels. Huh? Those are those ready things that look like they're all twisted in a knot, right? That's right. However, the pretzels used for the memorial service are made to look like the spirit monument here in town. I assume you're talking about that unique-looking monument in the center of the town. The very same. The pretzels here are generally baked to be rather hard, so they'll last longer. It's even said that the Eisenritter carried them onto the battlefield in their combat rations. I suppose that explains why you're giving pretzels as an offering, then. That's quite a fascinating historical tidbit. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a chance to see Erebonia's most time-honored pretzels. What ingredients do you need us to get, then? Ah, yes, I almost forgot. I need to collect 5 hardy powders, 5 clear gelatins, and a type of seasoning called white seed. Well, it shouldn't be too hard to beat up some monsters for that stuff, but what exactly is a white seed? They seem to have one of Legram's local crops, according to Father Hamilcar. Unfortunately, they're not really in season right now, so none of the stores have any. Well, I think that part should be simple enough, fortunately. Our household's head chef should have some on hand. Oh, that's a huge weight off my shoulders. Right, then let's start our gathering. Where should we make our way to first, Laura's home or the highway? I'm fine with either. We'll have to go to both eventually anyway. I'm down to go to the highway first and find out what Laura here is capable of with her newfound power. Okay, we go. Oh, all the fog on the highway has dissipated as well. Yeah, it's so much easier to see all the surrounding areas now. Totally. I could hardly see my hand in front of my face yesterday. Well, at least we don't have to worry about getting lost today. We may find alternate routes, though, through the area we missed yesterday, too. It's very likely. We should keep an eye out for those while we're looking for the beasts we need to slay. New areas indeed. Holy shit. Yeah.
Let's get this over with.
I feel bad for these guys. What the heck? Oh no. I feel bad for Reen now.
My turn.
It's my turn.
We're actually gonna swap you back out.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Come on, Lammy!
Oh, I don't know why I'm attacking him. Oh well.
Right. Huh.
Go!
Oh my gosh, Reen, you're 0 for 2 right now.
My turn.
My turn. Huh.
Yes, sir!
Gonna S break with Radiant Waltz.
Behold the might of the Arcade School! Radiant Blade Dance! We should keep going.
It just adds like a windmill effect, or like a tornado effect, not a windmill.
That should suffice.
Like a hurricane effect to it. That's cool though. It adds to it. Okay.
Let's get this over with.
My turn.
Alright, Reen, can you hit this guy?
My turn.
Can you hit this guy?
Right. Marcus, activate!
Everybody's
Here
getting
I
a crit
go.
here coming up.
There!
Oh no.
Hut.
That's cool.
My turn.
I forgot you can't move that around.
My turn.
Oh, wrong way again. Okay, I gotta go back this way. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I see now. No, I don't. What the heck am I passing here? This way? Oh, okay. Looks like there's a path over this way too. I didn't notice when we were passing yesterday. The mist is cleared today, which makes seeing paths through the area much easier. I think this path leads to the top of the hill. Perhaps we need to do something about this log before we can go there. Lammy could snap a log like this, like a toothpick. We'll leave the heavy lifting to you and Lammy then. Hope you don't mind. No problemo. Creatures with strike type field attacks of B rank or higher can destroy fallen logs and certain other objects.
Yes, sir! There!
One bunch.
My turn.
Okay,
Very well.
Go!
Swap out though.
Let's get this over with.
Here we go!
Time to farm CP.
Here I go! Now!
There!
My turn. Huh! Now!
My turn. Now!
Gotcha!
Here we go! Now's our chance!
An opening!
My turn.
Right! Hey!
Yes, sir!
Here we go!
I'll handle this. Now!
There we go.
Gotcha!
No! Finishing blow.
You're dead.
Huge. Victory pose.
Not bad, Usus!
Less talking, more moving.
I've only...
Another level up. Hell yeah.
This monster seems dangerous. Be careful.
I don't think you see all that
This might actually
Here we
be a
go.
challenge. Good.
dangerous. Alright.
Yes, sir!
My turn. Be gone. Ha!
Of course. Shatter! Now!
Nimble.
Here we go!
Here I go! There!
I'll handle this.
My turn! There! Go!
An opening! My turn. Huh!
Here I go! Now's our chance!
There!
Go! That's that. Let's keep moving.
I'm just getting started.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
Oh wow, there's a river out here.
I remember playing in this river when I was young.
That's cool.
It's enormous. Stay on guard.
Oh, there seems to be a treasure chest here.
What the fuck? Oh my
This will
god.
take everything we have.
Go!
That sucks.
There!
Of course. No escape!
Leave it to me.
Oh, nice.
My turn. Now's our chance.
An opening!
All right. There.
Right! Huh? We should keep going.
Oh, that's a beautiful looking treasure chest.
Yes, sir!
Of course!
That's why I
I'll handle
couldn't.
this.
Oh my gosh.
Here I go!
That's what I was trying to do.
Very well.
Dawn boots. Oh yeah, we did get boots earlier too, didn't we? Nice amount of stuff that we don't need right now. But I think we can trade that in for Mira. I don't know. We go to equip here. The Strega. So a lot of defense here. What does she got? Lady Stregas. We get more defense, but less in the 65 defense, but 15 less attack. Movement plus 12, evasiveness minus 5. I like the evasiveness on her though. Like she has a little bit of everything. She has a lot of attack though, so we'll give you the Strega, and you can have the Dawn boots actually. Yeah, why not?
I've got this.
So we go here, cut through here. Alright.
This monster seems dangerous. Be careful.
A worthy
They don't stop
adversary.
us.
My
Forget.
turn. The second form, Gale.
Of course. Hey!
Wrong one.
Yes, sir!
Oh no.
I'll handle this.
My turn. Hey!
I'll handle this.
Go.
My turn! That's for you!
Very well. Now,
Gotcha! Not bad, Usus!
less talking, more moving.
Alright. Battle scope. No. That's cool. And there are monsters down there that we need to go to. Cool.
Oh, it's so cool here you'd hardly believe it's summer.
The weather's pleasant today. A fine wind blowing too.
Wait, Reen's about to die. Wait, how close is he to leveling up? He's like halfway. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get our man some health here. Why not, bro? It's just plenty of EP. It probably costs her nothing.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Kill everything inside.
Here we go.
We gotta get EP for our next
Yes,
boss
sir.
battle.
Now!
There!
My turn. Huh?
My turn.
Oh darn.
Go.
Very well.
Of course. Huh? You still have a lot of training to do.
Falling asleep right before Laura's turn. Ooh. Scary.
My turn!
Right.
I'll handle this.
Go.
Oh, I thought I heard a noise.
The advantage is ours.
Here we go!
My turn. Huh?
Here I go! There!
My turn. Now!
Gotcha!
My turn! Go!
An opening. Of course. Ta! Off guard.
I'll handle this. I leave this to you.
With pleasure.
Here I go! Well, that's that. Let's get going. I'm awesome!
Is that a treasure chest? The advantage is ours.
Oh crap. Okay.
Here we go!
Right. Hey!
Leave it to me. There!
My turn!
Right. Huh?
My turn!
It's my turn.
Yes, sir!
Here we go!
All right.
Right. Hey!
My turn!
My turn!
All right.
Yes, sir!
Right. Hey!
Go!
Leave it to me. There! I go where the wind takes me.
Shiny. Oh, cool. What does that do again? Strength plus 30. Attacks and crafts cause strength minus 25 or defense minus 25. 10% chance. Wow. Support 1 insight. Accuracy plus 50%. Evasion plus 5. Grants insight status for 4 turns. Wow. Oh, it has to be water. Okay, that's fine. Right there on her. You can't use Pillin? I mean, that would be cool. What was the other one as well? The other new move that I got? I don't remember. Oh well. It's a robot. Is that? It must be the monster Toval sent us out here to take care of. I've never seen anything like it. Is it even alive? It kind of looks more like some sort of machine. Any way you look at it, there's clearly something strange about that thing. I suppose that's why we've been sent to eliminate it. At this point, we can't just go back without finishing the job. Yeah, I say let's see what this monster's made of. On your guard, everyone.
A worthy adversary. Of course. guard! Green!
Right!
All right.
Behold the might of the Arcade School! Radiant Blade Dance!
Do we even need to use anything else now?
They're open.
No.
Gotcha!
Damn.
You and Lemmy were super cool!
I'm just glad we won.
Mirage Result Report. Crescent Mirror. Nice. Nice.
That should suffice.
Nobody didn't stand a chance. Is it dead? It seems more appropriate to say we destroyed it. Yeah, I didn't get the feeling we were fighting a living creature. A mechanical monster. What's something like this doing out on the highway near Legram? Might our intelligence division cadet be able to shed some light on this? You are one of the one with the mysterious mechanical companion, after all. That's a good point, actually. I don't think this thing's any relation. This thing's any relation of Lammy's. For one thing, it looks kind of like it's made of metal. That's true. Ergetlum and the combat shells we use in our practical exams seems to be made out of some other substance. And while they may be inorganic, the combat shells do have a certain kind of warmth to them. I don't see how that matters. They all seem suspicious. But Million's probably right. This thing doesn't seem enough like Ergetlum to link the two. Let's head back to Legram. I have a feeling Toval will want to hear about this as soon as possible. True, he may even know something about it himself. Back to Legram it is then. Cool. Give us a smoke grenade just in case we're like, fuck that. Okay, so just run it back this way, and I think this is a shortcut right here. Cool deal. Something seems amiss here. The town isn't usually this noisy. Huh? Looks like the liner's back at the harbor. But who are those weird people around it? They look like soldiers from one of the provincial armies. It certainly seems that way. White and purple. I seem to remember seeing those colors back in Heimdall. I believe the combination of colors represents the Lamare Provincial Army. But Lamare is on the other side of the Empire. What business could their Provincial Army have in Legram? Hey, looks like you're back. Toval? Do you have any idea what's going on here? Word on the street is they requisitioned the liner from the wharf on the far shore. So why we're seeing Lamare's provincial army and not Sutherland's is still kind of a mystery. Apparently, though, some big shot noble is visiting our Viscount as we speak. Another noble visiting father? Who could possibly? That's a bit concerning. Well, if you're curious, why don't you go take a look for yourselves? Since you returned from the highway, that means you took care of the monster, right? Well, that is true. Actually, there was something we wanted you to ask you about regarding that. The group gave a brief description of the monster they fought to Toval. A mechanical monster, you say? Toval? You have some other idea? You have some ideas as to what it might be? Well, I'm not sure, but I think I'll go have a look at what's left of it, just in case. Anyway, good work out there, guys. Here's your reward. E material times 7. I'll leave checking out what's going on at the Viscount's mansion to you. Huh, he definitely seems like he knows something we don't. Well, for now, there's no harm in leaving the matter to him. Right, we should see what's going on at Laura's house. Agreed. I actually completely forgot about the other quest. Can we keep looking? Oh no, we can't go back to the East Highway. Oh no. We might not be able to get her thing done. I completely forgot about it. Hardy Powder, the White Seed. We can get the first two. From monsters, but we'll need to. We gotta go inside the house, which will. Damn, I forgot about that. It's gonna expire. That is too bad. Where's items go? Do we have enough? Do we have the items to do it? Oh, no, if we do or not. Clear gelatin out the ass, but hardy powder. We do have the hardy powder and clear gelatin. We just needed the white seed, which we have to go inside her house for. I seriously doubt we'll be able to give it to her though. That's literally all we had to do is just go inside. Okay, well. Oh, hey, isn't that? There's no need to be so hasty. At least give my proposal some thought. Your attendance would add an extra degree of prestige to our gathering. I'm merely the lord of a minor rural region. Surely you overstate the importance of my presence. A man's worth is decided not by himself, but by those he rubs elbows with. And while I'm sure you understand, I'd appreciate it if you didn't do anything to cause any unnecessary conflict. I'm not sure giving combat training to the Imperial Army is something you ought to be doing either. After all, neither of us want any trouble now, do we? And with that, I bid you a fond farewell. Oh, and my compliments on the excellent tea. I am honored, Your Grace. See ya. Excuse us. Okay. My, if it isn't young Laura, and you just saw Berea too. It's a pleasure to see you again, Your Grace. I appreciate all you continue to do for my father. They must know him. Yeah, but look at how tense they are. I was expecting him to show up here of all people. That's Duke Kane, head of the foremost of the four great houses, and ruler of the port city of Ortis. His authority extends over the entire province of Lamare to the west. Duke Kane. I'd love to stay and talk a while, but I'm afraid other urgent matters call me away. I'll endeavor to arrange another opportunity for us to meet in the near future. But for now, I bid you farewell. Oh, what have we here? So you're Thor's Military Academy's Class 7, huh? How do you? I'll just happen to do a little leisure time reading on your class. Not a bad looking bunch. Good. Enough with the chit chat. His Grace awaits. Excuse us. See you, kids. Who are those men? They don't look like soldiers from a provincial army, that's for sure. And they did seem to know about our class. I presume they're personal bodyguards hired by Duke Kane. Father. You needn't look so concerned. However, it seems they've finally begun to act. The noble faction has begun acting in secret? Indeed, for the past month they've been quite active behind closed doors. No doubt they're trying to reaffirm their unity, holding conference after conference all across the country. Of course, I'm sure this isn't news to your youngest classmate. Well, yeah. The intelligence division's all on edge, wondering whether they're about to start a full-scale conflict with the reformists. Seriously? So that's what they've been up to, scurrying around all this time. But since Duke Cayenne's basically the leader of the noble faction, I sure wasn't expecting him to come all the way out here in person. Nor was I. They appear to be planning a large conference in the near future to be attended by all members of the noble faction. The Duke came all the way out here to insist that I attend. But father, you're not even a member. Quite right, my lady. Your father has... quite right, my lady. Your father has long kept his distance from the faction. But in some way, he has also kept space between himself and the reformists, preferring you to remain neutral. However, they are convinced that all nobles should belong to the noble faction as a matter of course. They've been quite forceful about bringing those nobles who don't support the faction into their ranks. Would I be correct in assuming that my family is involved in all of this? I'm afraid so. There's been some disagreement over whether Duke Cayenne or Duke Abareya should lead the four great houses. But I expect that either would bring the same platform to the table. Eustace, if you don't mind me asking, do you happen to know where my family stands in the issue? You need not worry about your family's allegiances. Lord Schwarzer is widely known as even more obstinate than as an even more obstinate man than I. I can't imagine that he'd have any interest in supporting the questionable actions of their other nobles. I see. I'm actually a little relieved to hear you say so. Hold on a moment. Perhaps there's a move we can make after all. I'm afraid I'll be leaving Legram again on another of my little trips. I apologize for the suddenness, but please tend to things in my absence. As you wish, my lord. Father? Wow, well that was sudden. I believe in acting swiftly and decisively. I intend to establish contact with all of the nobles who have remained neutral in the ongoing factional conflict, so as to prevent them from being taken in by the noble faction's coercive methods. Father, a prudent course of action, I think. In that case, I'd be happy to come with you. Topal, what are you doing here? So you're here as well. Wouldn't miss the chance to catch a glimpse of the majestic Duke Cayenne. Did you know he left in a limousine that came all the way from Breahard? Wait, then it couldn't have. Did it belong to the Abareya family? Well, Rufus Abareya got into it, so yeah, I'd say that's likely. Couldn't ask for a classier escort. So Rufus was here. Well, he is the heir of the Abareya family. Considering our visitor was none other than Duke Cayenne, it's not all surprising that Rufus would pick him up. But I know you didn't just come here to volunteer your company on my trip. Well, it just so happens that these guys here brought me a pretty curious story. We've got confirmation that a mechanical monster appeared on the highway outside Legram. Is that so? I believe this is the first time one's appeared since the counter-offensive Sir Cassius launched 2 years ago. That's right. Come to think of it, that was the first time we met, wasn't it? It was indeed. What a strange coincidence. Have any others been found in the area? Nothing so far. This is just a hunch, but I suspect it may have been released as a diversion. I concur. Perhaps having you come with me is the best course of action after all. Alright, that's what I wanted to hear. Father, it sounds like there's a lot more going on here than just factions butting heads. Sorry, I can't say anything for certain just yet. But if we turn up anything concrete, I'll be sure to tell Sarah and she'll pass it on. Alright, here's what I got for you this afternoon. Golden catch. Calling all fishermen, could someone catch me the elusive gold salmon? Find me at the Apricose Inn for more detailed information. Weber. When you finish up for the day, I'd appreciate it if you could head to the guild and file your reports. I left you a note on the counter telling you how to do it. Nothing too difficult. Got it. Leave it to us. Just make sure to lock up before you leave for the night. Someone else could be coming in to take care of things tomorrow, or should be. Understood. We'll do our best to take care of the guild in your absence. I wish you well in your studies. And I hope you'll forgive me for leaving so suddenly. Not to worry, Father, I'm used to it. Thank you again for your hospitality and for agreeing to a duel. I look forward to our next meeting. As do I. You show great promise as a swordsman. I hope you'll continue to devote yourself to your studies and train alongside my daughter. I'm honored, sir. In fact, I hope all of you will look past her uncouth father and continue giving her your friendship and support. As a single father, and the fact that I've yet to hear any tales of budding romance concerning my daughter has me worried. Father, it would be your pleasure. Sure does seem popular with the girls, though. I pray you have a safe journey. Thank you for all you've done for us. Catch you later, then. Give my best to Sarah. Why must he always be so... Honestly, you've got one amazing dad. Free-spirited, open-minded, not to mention incredibly strong. Having met him, I can tell you how you grew up like a child. Huh? Reen's right, you know. You're living proof that great parents lead to great children. I suppose having someone like him in your life as a role model would naturally lead to you to aspire to greatness. Well, that or feel woefully inadequate in comparison and develop an inferiority complex. But all told, you're living proof the daughter of the Arcade house has grown up sound in mind and body. Stop teasing me at once! That's funny. Moving on, Toval has entrusted us with looking after the guilds. We may have only half a day remaining, but we still have our duties to fulfill. Look at her trying to change the subject. I am not! One additional quest was added. After you return to the guild to file your reports, the time of day will advance to evening and the main story will proceed. Sweet. Alright. We cannot go back to Ebel Highway, which is fine, but we gotta go inside the mansion here and talk to the... Right? Yeah, okay. Sweet, it's not too late. Okay, so... You think that the kitchen would be on the first floor, and it is. Hello, Lady Laura. Is there anything you need from me? There's a request I'd like to make of you, if I may. Would you happen to have any white seed on hand? Of course. Why, it'd be crazy for me not to have some on hand. I've got it stored away, and I always make sure we never run out. How much do you need? I can give you the entire crate if you want. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Well, I don't think we need quite that much. Well then, I suppose a small bag full should do the trick. My thanks. Anything for you, Lady Laura? All the people here really love her, don't they? I'll say. I mean, I'm sure if they treat her disrespectfully at all, they don't want to see her father pissed. You better run as far away as you can. Alright. There we go here. I like how the Ebel Highway is now available again. Hey, you. Hello, everyone. Have you managed to gather the ingredients I need? We sure have. Here you go. Oh, and here's the white seed you wanted. Thank you so much. This should be plenty. Could you wait in the adjoining room while I mix up a trial batch then? Sister Theramis made her pretzels and handed out a sample to everyone. How did they taste? I'm a little surprised, to be honest. In a good way, I mean. Indeed. These are actually better than I was expecting. Tasty and filling. And free! Thinking of the Eisenritter may have eaten something like this to keep on fighting is kind of moving, really. It really is. Thank goodness. And what do you think of them, Lady Laura? Oh, my apologies. I was so engrossed in the taste that I forgot to speak up. They're delicious. If I hadn't seen you make them, I'd swear they'd come from the kitchen of a professional chef like Joseph. Thank you for giving me the chance to try them. Phew. Hey, Laura. There's still some time before the memorial service, but how about we offer some of these to Sandlot's statue now? I'd like that. After all, there's no limit on when you can leave an offering. Would you mind if we took some along then, sister? Not at all. It would be rude of us not to indulge in these on our own after all. Please, go on and take some. Let's be on our way then. Now I've got pretzel power. Yay! Oh man. Alright. Okay, so we go to the statue. It's not this statue though. The statue of oh, there it is. There we go. I'm sure this will put a smile on her face. Now all that's left is for us to pray. Are there any special requirements for prayers of this sort? Not particularly, but it is the custom to remain quiet while prayers are being offered. Whoop whoop, let's get the praying on then! I was focused so hard on being quiet that I ended up holding my breath. Oh, you guys still going? It was a valiant battle to remain silent for even a single minute, but alas, victory remained elusive. Don't be too harsh on her. Well then, shall we make our way back to the chapel? Yeah, we should report back to Sister Theramis just in case. Yeah, she still didn't give us an item. Thank you so much for your help, everyone. I feel bad about having you all run around town just for my sake. No worries, we're always glad to lend a hand. Yeah, never done a job where pretzels were a friend's benefit, but it was worth it. They really were delicious. If the batch you make for the memorial service turns out that good, you have nothing to worry about. I'll do everything I can to make sure that's the case. Oh, I've yet to offer you all your reward for helping me. It's not much, but please, take these. Oh, no. Thank you very much. We'll be sure to put them to good use. That's one down at least. Yeah, let's move right on to right into the other one. There's something I was gonna do and I forgot what it was. I don't know what I was gonna do then. That's not what it was. I'll take a short little break here and try to remember what the hell I was gonna do while I take that break. Alright. We're back. And I still don't remember what I was going to do. But anyways, let's go ahead and get right in here. Should we head back to the guild and start filing everything away? Stay outside. That's not the right place. Oh, okay. Oh, hello everyone. Have you come along after seeing the request I sent to Toval? That's right. You're in search of some sort of elusive fish, correct? I am. I feel like I should apologize for asking you guys to help me with a personal request, but are you up for it? If you are, I can share the details with you all right now. You're in luck. Our schedules just happen to have an opening. Thank you very much. Just like the request mentions, I want you guys to seek out a certain elusive fish for me. It's a peculiar variety of salmon known as a gold salmon. Just like the name says, its body has a golden glow, not unlike the look of Goldia itself. It must be an exquisite fish. It sounds rather garish, honestly, but I'd have to see it to judge for myself. Have you ever seen this fish before, Weaver? Unfortunately, all I know are what I've heard from the rumors. Bem, who's usually fishing at the back of the inn, is actually the one who told me about it. Its golden color isn't its only distinctive trait either, he said. He mentioned that its flavor is to die for, too. Oh, now you've got my attention. I'm afraid I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in the taste myself. That's certainly understandable. After hearing so much about it, I wanted nothing more than to try it. I've been bugging Toval about it for quite a while now, and now it seems like thanks to you, I might finally get my chance to try it. Fishing, huh? I guess bracers even take on jobs like this. If this fish is so elusive, though, what are the chances we could even catch one before the day's end? It does seem to be the most obvious issue here. Is it even possible to catch this fish in Lake Ebel? Doesn't seem so, unfortunately. Ben mentioned that he did catch several of them here at one point, but he hasn't found one on the end of his line now for several decades. That doesn't exactly inspire confidence, you know? How would we go about catching it then, and where? Well, I've actually received some promising info from Toval that put me back on the trail. He claims he's seen a golden sparkle in a river along the highway several times now. All the sparkle sightings have been in different locations, though. Well, at least that narrows our search to the river. True, it'll be much easier than trying to search the lake. The lake would be. We might be able to find it then. I know it won't be easy, but I'd be pleased as punch if you did catch one. But now that I think of it, do you have the right tools for the job? Sure do. I brought my rod with me. Will this work? Let's see what you got here. Ring showed his rod. Right on. My word, this is the Lake Lord's Company's highest grade fishing rod. The gold salmon is supposedly quite a hefty fish, but catching it should be no issue with this. You must have fishing in your blood if you have a rod like this. Nice. Thanks. Thanks. Allow us to make our way then. Yeah, let's go. Catch this! This is a nice fishing spot. Okay. We just got different tastes, but we know where we can go here. Cut through there. Okay. Hey, you. Oh, shit! That shiny golden glow. I can't wait to try. I simply can't wait to catch it. This seems like a good spot to fish, but I wasn't expecting someone to be here already. She seems to be an ordinary civilian and a noble at that. I'm surprised she strayed this far from town. Should we try talking to her? Yeah, might as well. Excuse me, could we talk to you for a moment? Who are you? Wait, I recognize you. You're the military academy student who saved me in our hour of need several months ago. Oh yeah, I think we did meet once before. Also, you know her? Yeah, we ran into her while we were out in Celtic on our very first field study. Now I remember, one of our tasks involved delivering a lost wallet to its owner. And it just so happened that the wallet belonged to this lady in front of us. I see. I'm very grateful for what you did for me. Sadly, that wallet has become rather lighter since you returned it to me. Oh. Might we ask what brings you out here? I would have thought that it was obvious. I'm trying to catch my dinner, of course. Some may think of fishing as a leisurely hobby, but I would beg to differ. It's proven to be an essential survival skill. I see. I don't remember her being anything like this last time. So what inspired you to come this far out of town to fish? You could have just sat on a dock in Legram, right? She could have, yes. Legram is conveniently situated right on the shores of Lake Ebble, after all. Surely it wasn't necessary to brave the dangers of the highway to come out this far just to fish. That's where you're wrong, I'm afraid. A first-class angler needs a first-class spot. Easy fishing on the shores of a peaceful lake just wouldn't satisfy me. What is with this woman? She's certainly a unique individual. Sounds like you're going after something special, if I had to guess. Indeed I am. I've come here seeking the elusive gold salmon. I heard tales of it from a gentleman in Legram by the name of Bem. But he also informed me that it cannot be found in Lake Ebble, which is what led me to this spot. And sure enough, not long ago I finally caught a glimpse of a golden glimmer beneath the water surface here. A golden glimmer? That sounds a lot like what Toval said he saw too. Looks like this must be the spot then. I should have known that you would be searching for it too. Very well then, let us compete to see who can catch the gold salmon first. That's really not what I had in mind when we came out here. That aside, we seem to have found our location. True enough, let's get fishing.
This looks like a nice spot.
Oh really? We get 3 tries at this. Probably not. Oh, that's it too. First try. Oh, it's hard to do. We're supposed to lose this. We're supposed to lose this. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, man. Oh, golly, dude. No way. I can't do it. Oh my gosh, this is so difficult. I can't do it. What the fuck? Holy shit. Alright, I got it now. I got it. Alright. Oh, okay.
Now that's a catch.
Oh, son of a bitch. $75. Impossible. You caught a gold salmon before me? How can this be happening? Now you're making me kind of feel bad about it. So, thank you very much for telling us about the golden glimmer you saw. We may not have thought to fish here if not for your guidance. Fair play is a necessary element in any competition. Think nothing of it. Besides, I simply paid the price for underestimating you. It was my fault that I lost. I thought my experiences over the past several months had strengthened me, but it seems I still have room to improve. And improve I shall, till the day I'm known across the land as the finest angler in all of Erebonia. Well then, I bid you a good day. Yeah, more power to you. Can I do it again? Do I want to do it again? I wonder. Okay, we don't get it again. This is a flounder though. We haven't got that one of these yet. That's pretty cool.
Not bad.
Oh no, it's a carp. Okay. 924 channel points? Damn, dude. I'm further dedicated. That's 9 hydrates? Hey, you don't know what the hell I'm gonna make hydrate, alright? Well, what if I just make hydrate like 10,000 channel points?
Ooh, that one looks tough.
Is that criminal? I can make hydrate however many damn channel points I want. Gamersup chugs. That's what's gonna happen, dude. I mean, actually, I have so many Gamersup flavors sitting around that I actually spin a wheel. I made a wheel. I was like, what am I drinking? I put water in the list. So if it lands on water, I just fill up a cup with water, and I'm just chilling with it. But I put water on the wheel twice, and I'm spinning. If it lands on water, I get water. But, okay, so let's turn it back into that guy. Hey there, everyone. Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the legendary gold salmon you have there? 5,000 points and you'll chug alcohol? I'm not doing that. No. It'll be a long time before I do something like that. Like, that'll be like after I decide to do like face reveal and all that, you know? Yeah, nah, I can't do all that now. Defying all the odds, it actually is. Here you go. Friday drinking streams? I only drink on days that end in Y, alright? Casual drinker. Rin handed the gold salmon to Weber. Oh my, it's so beautiful. I can hardly thank you enough. I really can't thank you enough, he said. It's even more splendid than in Bem's Tall Tales. Now I can see why people liken its appearance to Goldia too. So, when are you gonna cook it for us? Really now. I see you're as curious about the taste as I am. Naturally, I have every intention of sharing the taste of this triumphant catch with all of you. As for how to bring out the finest flavor, river fish tend to be the best suited to grilling, so just wait a few moments while I fire up the grill. I'm kind of looking forward to this now. And to think we got some food from one of our morning tasks too. It feels like we've just been stuffing our faces today. Damn. And so it was that with forks held high, they all dug in and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. I mean, the fruits of my labor. Where's my fish? Well then, what do you guys think? Where do I even start? Well, the amount of fat was just perfect, sublime even. Agreed. I never would have imagined it would taste this exquisite. I'm glad to see my earlier skepticism was wholly unwarranted. It's hard to believe that this was just grilled. Yeah, I didn't even think that you could get a fish this tasty. Glad to hear you all liked it. Even I was surprised at how delicious it was. It just melts in your mouth. I feel like it's my duty to share it with the rest of the town now. Looks like I'll have to put in another request with Toval. I'm sure he'll gladly accept. Yeah, once he hears about how good it is, he'd have to be crazy to turn it down the opportunity. You said it. Honestly, though, I want to thank you again for all your help. Unfortunately, all I can offer is stocked from the store, but please take it. I wish you all the best with the rest of your field study. Thank you. Good day, then. Okay, so we did all that, now we go to the Bracer Guild. Alright, so next time, so after this, we should be meeting up with Sarah. Or on the third day, I think, or something like that. Thus, the members of Group A brought their fruitful day of work to an end. And following the instructions Toval left for them, they began the not quite as exciting process of filing the paperwork. Oh, are you finished? Yeah, we just finished getting everything sorted out. Goodness, that was exhausting. That little brat. She could at least try and help instead of lying around like a house cat. I can't say I'm surprised. I doubt she's used to spending this long on such exciting tasks. Oh well, we're almost finished. Alright then. Still, it really goes to show how top-rate Toval is. He fulfills a lot of requests on his own. And still has time to handle all the day-to-day realities of running a guild branch. Indeed, it's even more impressive when you consider that he finds time to visit other regions of the country as well. His mobility and knack of solving problems are exactly what one would expect from a bracer. The guild may have been forced out of the country, but he's still out there trying to help as many people as he can. Even when we were in Bereahard, he came to our aid. And if you look at all these records, it's clear that the people really trust him and rely on him for help. That's very true, but is something the matter? No, I was just thinking. If bracers play an essential role to the people of other countries, are they not just as essential to Erebonians? Well, you may be right. And not just because they help maintain public order and provide other services. That ideal prioritizing and the protection of civilians above all else is pretty noble. It's something people admire. That's certainly true. In many ways, it's not that form of nobility that's beginning to fall by the wayside within Erebonia's aristocracy. I'm not sure the issue is as black and white as you'd have it. The guild is an organization first and foremost, and one based far too much on idealism. And far too little on practicality. Donations and public funding can only go so far in covering its operating costs. It's no stretch at all to say that with the Empire as it is now, the guild's removal was inevitable. That's what my brother said once when we discussed this. Useless. Looks like his brother is weighing on his mind. I suppose that's another way to look at it. I have to admit, it sounds rather cold and dismissive, but it does carry more weight coming from Rufus Alberio. Emma, they're so big and soft. Milliam? Look at that. She doesn't even have to be awake to be an irritant. Anyway, it shouldn't take too much longer to finish filing the rest of the reports. We should focus on getting everything done and returning to the mansion. Sounds good to me. Excuse me, is anyone here? Oh, you're the girl who works at the Watteau's store, aren't you? Oh, Lady Laura. Is Tova here by any chance? I was afraid Toval is out of town on business at the moment. Is something the matter? They haven't come home. Julian and Carno still haven't come back from the castle. Wait, you don't mean... Did those two go to Lohengrin Castle? Surely you don't mean to suggest they took a boat without any supervision. I'm afraid so. They said something about going on an adventure, and they took one of the boats without even asking. It's evening now and they still haven't come back. Sounds like a serious problem. Yeah, and right when Toval is away from the guild too. We'll just have to do whatever we can to help out. I agree. We can't just stand around and hope they'll come back. If we're to search the lake, we'll need a boat ourselves. I'll have Claus prepare one for us at once. While you do that, I'll wake up Milliam and we'll have another look around the town to see if we can find them. Splitting up and searching the town does seem to be the best course of action. Thank you. Rest assured, we'll do all we can to find them. Interesting. The group searched the town from top to bottom, but they found no sign of the missing children. And by the time the other residents became aware of what was happening, evening had given way to night. Well, I think it's safe to say the boys aren't in town. The boys are back in town. Looks like though they really did head out towards the castle in a boat. The lake's been calm, and there's no sign of a boat on the water, so at least it's unlikely they're capsized. Guess that leaves the castle then, right? Lohengrin Castle was once the stronghold of the Eisenritter, and while the Arsaid family is still in stewards, it's rare that anyone ventures inside. I hope nothing terrible has happened to them. Their parents are really worried too. I've asked them to stay at home and wait for us to contact them, but at this point all we can do is venture into the castle and see what we find. We have use of a boat now, do we not? We do. A couple students from the Arsaid school are preparing an orbital boat for us as we speak. It does worry me that it has started to grow misty again, though. Well, let's head down to the wharf. Let's make sure all of our equipment is sorted out and we have everything we need just in case. Right, let's hurry. Alright, okay, I'm thinking of S-Crafts, and Emma's the only one that doesn't have one, right? Yeah, Emma's the only one that doesn't have an S-Craft out of everybody else, right? Yeah, because obviously Reen has one, William has one, Laura has one, Eustace has one, Gaius has one. Machias has one now. Elliot, Alisa, Crow. It's just Emma. Yeah. Interesting. What we doing again? Oh, wharf. Duh. I see the orbital boat has been prepared. My lady. Yes, we just finished getting it ready for your departure. So this is an orbital boat, huh? Kinda looks like fun. This hardly seems like the time to be getting excited for a boat ride. I've operated orbital boats before, so I'll steer us to our direct destination. So she just uses her greatsword as the paddle. She just uses her greatsword. Alright, we'll leave it to you then. My lady, please wait. I still feel that we ought to be the ones going out and searching. You shouldn't have to trouble yourself with matters like these. I appreciate your concern, but as the Viscount's daughter, I feel this is a part of my duties to the people of Legram. It also happens to fall under the scope of our field study. Can't deny that. Well, do we well, do all we will do all we can to support her. You needn't worry. Very well. I doubt there's anything more I can say that get you to change your mind. The last patrol of the castle was just a few days ago, and there was no sign of anything unusual then. It shouldn't be that dangerous. Really? The wind blowing from that direction of the castle does feel pure. It's said that the castle's atmosphere is cold and clear due to its connections with St. Sandlot and the Eisenritter. It's highly uncommon for monsters to settle there, so the children are most likely safe. Although it's impossible to rule out that an accident may have befallen them. Either way, we need to get over there and find out as soon as possible. Indeed, we should depart at once. Is everything ready to depart? You'll be unable to return in town while your investigation is underway. Let's do it. Please, take care, my lady. I and the other students will be awaiting your safe return. Thank you. I promise that whatever's out there, we'll take care of it. Okay, let's get this show moving. Oh, wow. What do you think's waiting for for us inside the castle? So you passed out on the couch the moment we returned to the guild, but now you're simply popping with energy. William, you know this isn't a game, right? I know. But as long as Lamy's with us, there's nothing to worry about. Let's just grab these kids so we can go exploring. William. She doesn't seem nervous in the slightest. Did you guys just hear a bell? Yeah, it came from the direction of the castle. Well, Lohengrin Castle does have a bell tower, but as far as I'm aware, access to it has been sealed off. Then who's ringing it? A bell tolling at night in the old stronghold is Eisenritter. We'd best be prepared for anything. We're almost there. Let's make sure we've prepared before we head ashore. Okay. Well, here we are. Looks like a dungeon. Hey, do you think that's the boat the children took? I can't imagine who else would. At least they appear to have reached the castle safely. And it's safe to assume they went inside as well. It's well past sundown now. We need to find them as soon as we can. It looks like the path will take us up the cliff. Right, the path will take us to the castle's entrance. Mind your footing though, the night is dark and the trail is uneven. They have paddles. Oh, we have a, because it's Orbital. Duh, it's a motorboat. Got you.
So this is St. Sandlot's old stronghold, Lohengrin Castle.
This is the first time I've come here at night. Be careful of your footing.
Trip. Just trying to make sure I check everything. I don't want to miss a crate.
Whoa, what's that?
Something strange about the castle.
Is that glow just the moonlight?
It definitely looks like some sort of energy. Lohengrin Castle.
So this is Lohengrin Castle.
The ancient stronghold of St. Sandlot, gathering place of the warriors of old. It looks even more beautiful up close.
Yeah, but what's up with that weird glow?
I've been here several times before, but I've never seen it like this.
I can sense a very strange wind blowing from within. It doesn't feel like monsters, though.
I can feel it, too. Like something is writhing around inside.
Wait! What kind of something?
I feared as much. I can definitely sense the presence of the dead.
Emma?
I'm all right, but we're going to need to tread carefully in there.
Right. There's no telling what may happen when we venture inside. We should make certain we're ready before entering.
There's something very strange happening here. Let's make sure we're ready for whatever we may find inside. Should we go in right away? Sorry, eating some crackers. That's why I was keeping myself muted for a little bit.
It won't budge.
Did the door just seal itself shut on its own?
You stupid door! Lammy! Bust it open!
Well, that was unexpected.
So not even Air Getlum can break us out of here?
It appears that there's a barrier in place.
What kind of barrier? Are you talking about that strange symbol that appeared on the door for a moment?
How would you know something like that, Emma?
I have an idea. This is her castle. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm just talking shit. Alright, let's see.
Well, I've always had a pretty strong sixth sense about these kinds of things. So sometimes I can sense things that aren't visible to the naked eye.
Sixth sense?
Fascinating.
Come to think of it, this isn't the first time you've reacted strangely to unusual phenomena.
Eustace has a point.
I've heard that people from the church can make use of some strange powers. So are you a sister of the church or something?
Kind of the opposite. Oh, you got me. I've always been a big supporter of the church.
Kind of the opposite, you say.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Emma, just who are you?
I'm a supporter of the evil, motherfucker.
What's that sound?
It's the bell we heard earlier.
Something's approaching to the left and the right.
Monsters, is it?
No. These are no ordinary beasts.
But we're going to have to fight them all the same.
We have nothing to fear.
My turn.
They don't like water.
Go!
An opening!
You're finished!
Yes, sir!
My turn. Huh? We should keep going.
Looks like we beat them.
Are Are you alright, Milliam?
What were those things?
Mysterious spirits. Though perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them fiends. Either way, they were no ordinary opponents.
The higher elements seem to be present here as well, and I suspect that's true of the whole castle.
Yeah, it did feel that way. Though I'm still not sure what the ringing bell from earlier has to do with anything.
This place seems to be even more dangerous than we could have anticipated. And as long as that barrier remains in place, so will we. We're going to need to search for a way out.
Okay, Emma. It looks like we're going to need to rely on this sixth sense of yours in order to navigate this castle safely. You don't have to tell us anything if you're not comfortable. Right now, our safety is in your hands. Can we count on you?
Yes, of course.
All right. Then time is of the essence. With fiends like those roaming the castle, I'm even more worried about the children.
True. We should start looking right away.
We're going already! Can't we rest here a little longer?
Those fiends scared the strength right out of your legs?
No! That's totally not it!
You're more than welcome to stay here and wait.
Whoa, waiting by myself would be even worse!
All right, let's see what we can find.
Right.
Lord Albarian. What? Okay. Just like that, huh? I'm gonna make a save real quick. Not over that one. No. There we go. I don't know why I'm making different saves for every time I save. That's just how I do, how I be. Okay, we got a lot of stuff going on here. Alright. This sword's gonna be enough to
Let's get this over with.
Here we go!
Guys, we're about to see what Emma is capable
Sorry.
of.
I'll take it from here.
Oh, it's a global.
Rise, great towers!
Castle.
Lord Albarian!
Little Barian.
Rest in peace.
Oh, and her, she's standing next to the cat,
The
too.
battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
Damn.
Great!
Okay. I see you. Alright. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put Reen in here for Helene. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna try to work their CP up.
Right.
Very well.
Here we go!
We have the advantage.
Here we go!
Death blow. Sweet.
My turn. Huh?
Death blow didn't work.
Here!
My turn.
Here we go! That's that. Let's keep moving.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
We're just getting started.
Rest. Alright, dude.
We have the advantage.
My turn.
Right.
Oh, wrong thing. Damn it. I meant to death blow
It's
the other
my
guy.
turn.
That sucks.
Here!
Very well.
Keep on attacking the wrong stuff.
My turn.
I'll keep everybody linked with more just because.
Right. Hey! Off guard.
Very well.
It's my turn.
My turn.
I accidentally clicked him.
Too slow!
Nice.
I'll handle this.
He vanished.
Of course. Hey!
It's my turn. Ugh. The battle's over, but stay alert, everyone.
Not bad.
She'll have 10k health before you know it. Ooh, that's ominous. Okay, sweet. I guess that means we're supposed to go that way, so let's check out this side first. Oh shit! Didn't expect that.
We'll have to fight our way
That
through.
sucks.
Here we go! There! Now's our chance!
There!
My turn.
Ha! Okay. Ugh.
My turn. Go!
Got it!
What?
My turn!
My turn. Ah!
Yeah. Yeah.
Very well. Now!
Got it! Here we go! Now's our chance!
There! I wouldn't expect anything less.
You're not half bad yourself.
A barrier seals the way. Doesn't look like we can pass through. We need to find some way to open it.
You need a key to dispel a barrier like this. We should start looking.
The advantage is ours.
My turn!
My turn. Ha!
I'll handle this.
It's my turn. Here.
My turn! Now's our chance!
There!
Alright.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
You're not half bad yourself.
This castle has no shortage of strange foes. Perhaps they really are
Don't say it!
It'd be funny if he would have chimed back in and be like, ghosts. She's like, ah!
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Go.
Alright, so she now has her thing.
It's
So we're
my
gonna
turn.
swap her back out for.
I'm sorry for the trouble.
Come on, Lammy! There! Now's our chance!
There!
Right. Ha!
That's
My
fine.
turn.
Nice. He vanishes.
Here we go.
Now he's
Right.
paralyzed.
Hey!
This guy's just gonna
I'll
get
handle
bullied
this. How pathetic.
here. Oh, we came from that way. Okay. Really one way. Look, there's something over there. Seems to be some kind of pedestal. And there's some sort of orb sitting on it. You think this is what we're looking for? Indeed, I suspect this orb will disable the barrier on the door to the castle's east wing. It is probably a good idea to take it with us. Yellow orb. Okay, now we should be able to access another area of the castle. But you know, there's something else I'm curious about. Wow, that's one huge door. I've had my eye on it ever since we entered this room. Doesn't it look a little more similar to the door on the 4th floor of the old schoolhouse? You're right, it looks a lot like the red door and the giant armor was hidden behind. I seldom visit the castle, so I'm afraid there's not much I can tell you. There's always the possibility that the children might have gone inside. We should check it just to be sure. It doesn't seem like it wants to open. It seems as steadfast as the wall around it, if not so more. That's true, I can't see any signs that the children might have gone inside either. We should probably move on and check somewhere else then. Makes you wonder though, how did a door like this come to be in Lohengrin Castle to begin with? Even the patterns on it are like the ones on the door in the old schoolhouse. Odd as it might seem, maybe they are connected somehow. We did theorize that the old schoolhouse may be connected to the Emperor Dreichel's in some way. St. Sandlot and Dreichel's foremost ally was Dreichel's foremost ally, and on close terms with him even before he became the Emperor. It's not implausible that there may be a connection there. Well, whatever secrets this door may hold, it's a dead end right now. We should turn around and look somewhere else. Might I suggest the door we passed earlier, the one that was sealed shut with the barrier? We should be able to nullify the barrier with this orb now. Astute as always. Not after we grabbed it.
There seems to be a treasure chest here.
Lunar Road. Somebody already had that on, I think, didn't they? At some point. Defense was 70. Ooh, you gotta have the Lunar Robe, and you? 80th? Oh. Let's break these first for fun. Nice. Interesting, Rean picked up that orb just like it was normal or that. Well, that should have disabled the barrier here. What an unusual mechanism. This castle seems to have an abundant supply of unusual things, to say nothing of those ghostly fiends prowling around. Useless, don't say the G word. Well, at least we should be able to push further into the castle now. There may be similar mechanisms elsewhere in the castle, so keep an eye out, everyone. Hey, dude.
Now's our chance! Let's smash him!
Go!
Banish you. Goodbye.
Right.
Vanish. You can't vanish a spirit.
My turn.
Yes, sir! There!
Go!
Of course.
My turn. How pathetic. Let's get this over with.
Go! Go!
An opening.
I'll handle this.
Doggy don't stand a chance. Goodbye, doggy.
How pathetic.
Now's our chance! Let's smash him!
Here we go! Now's our chance!
An opening! Right! Ta! Off guard!
Got it!
My turn.
Oh, there's another thing
Here
in the
I
back.
go.
I didn't even know.
There!
Go!
Right! Hey!
My turn.
Yes, sir! Get him! Now!
There!
Oh,
My
alien.
turn!
My turn! Ta!
My turn. What a waste of time. Let's go.
I'm awesome!
Oh, a treasure chest.
Fire bell, nice. Buzzing ball. Okay.
External corridor. We must be on the north side of the castle.
We've gone pretty far inside now. I hope the children are safe.
Hell are you, Predator?
The advantage is ours!
Go!
Right! Hey!
My turn.
Death Slugger.
Yes, sir! Now!
There!
Here we go! Go!
An opening! Of course! Hey! You still have a lot of training to do.
A matter of course.
Treasure store cannot be used. Seals foes in ice, then shatters it. Unbalanced plus 20%. Oh. Medium seal 50%, freeze 50%. Nice. Okay.
Oh, there seems to be a treasure chest here.
Judgment Bolt. What is that? Cross Crusade. What is this? Cross-shaped hole batches bathes all in holy light. Attack all? Huh? Cross-shaped hole batch. Or bathes, no, not batches. Judgment. Brings down judgment upon foes with lightning. Interesting. A red door now?
Oh, another barrier. Let's see if we can find the orb that dispels it.
This all seems strangely normal to her.
Various is the way.
Left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand.
Nothing but trouble.
I love how Eustace isn't good with kids, and she's just so funny.
Now's a chance. Let's get him. My turn.
Go!
An opening! Of course.
It's just something... Actually, no, let's not do that. That will kill.
My turn! There!
Very well. What?
Jesus?
My turn!
Of course.
I'll handle this.
My turn! Yeah! You didn't stand a chance!
Red orb? Hey, Philzar. This isn't good. It's Julian. Go away, you monsters. The Great Knight Julian will never forgive you if you hurt Carno. Goddess, please help us. Stand back. Oh, brilliant spin. Laura. Thank goodness you're both safe. Actually, I mean, brilliant spin would have sucked them all towards her, and then she would have got attacked by all four of them at once. You know, she would have got down right away. We're okay. More fiends. They don't seem pleased that we're robbed them of their quarry. We can do this. Just don't let them near the children. Blow them away, Lammy.
I welcome all Jack.
Nope. Deadly cry.
Go!
Alright, night, Eustace.
Here I go! Blow 'em away!
Of course. Hey!
Oh no, you don't!
Oh,
Here we
shoot.
go!
You've got to go, my friend.
Of course. Ta!
Here I go!
Go! Okay, it's safe for now.
Thank God Eustace didn't die. Alright. Looks like we took care of them. You're not hurt, are you? No, we're okay. That was so cool. You guys are all so strong. Just like the Eisenritter from the old stories. Considering their predicament, they don't seem to be any worse for wear. Well, as long as they're both unharmed. Actually, I think both of you have something to say. Huh? Oh, right. Thanks for saving us. That's not what I meant. You stole a boat and entered property that is off limits to you without telling anyone where you were going. What do you think would have happened if we hadn't come looking for you? Who would have saved you? Do you have any idea how worried your parents and everyone else in the town are about you? Laura. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you realize what you did wrong, I have nothing further to say on the matter. Oh. I admire your bravery, stepping forward to defend Karna like you did. But you're still young and inexperienced like I am. It's one thing to inspire to the qualities of a knight, but no good will come of rushing to that goal. Right, I'm sorry. Thank you for coming for us, everyone. Don't worry about it. Try to be a little less reckless in the future, would you? Eustace, are you actually embarrassed that you got thanked by a kid? Hush, you impudent brat. Well, we found them and they're safe. That's a huge relief. Now all that's left is finding a way out of this castle. Come to think of it, we couldn't even enter this room until we disabled the barrier. So how did the two of you get inside? We first came in here, everything was normal. When we were on the way to the top floor, but as soon as we came in here, suddenly there was this pale haze everywhere. Then those strange circles appeared on the door and we couldn't open it anymore. We didn't know what to do. So you ended up locked in. There doesn't seem to be any other access to this room either. It seems as though if we want to leave, we'll have to deal with whatever's causing all of this. Surely there must be some way to disable the barrier on the front door. Hold on a moment. Emma? I can sense something coming from the top floor of the castle. A mysterious energy flowing out from there like a wellspring. What? You can sense something like that? Well, more or less, yes. That's about the only clue we have to go on right now, so we might as well go and take a look. Go up and take a look. Maybe it's me, but it almost feels like she's starting to be more forthcoming with her insights. But what about the children? We can't just leave them here. Better just take them with us then. There's enough of us that will be able to keep them safe. I'm telling you what kind of danger we'll run into, but it makes sense to bring them along so we can keep an eye on them. What do you two think? Would you prefer to stay with us? Of course. I'd feel way safer with you guys. Very well then. Fine. I suppose we'll take responsibility for your safety then. Alright, let's head for the top floor then. Let's have ourselves a look at the source of that mysterious energy Emmy was talking about. Let's be on our way then. Alright. This first.
Oh, there seems to be a treasure chest here.
Rakshasha. Strength plus 30. Attacks crafts cause speed, movement, 10% chance. Yeah, you need to heal yourself. Oh, you didn't recover hardly much HP at all. Except for there. Okay.
This looks like...
We've reached the uppermost floor. The bell tower is ahead.
The energy source is nearby. Almost there.
Now's the chance. Let's get him. My turn.
I'll handle this.
Here I go!
Right. Huh?
My turn.
I'll handle this. How pathetic.
Should be fine. Oh, it's a guy and it's a boy and a girl. Okay. Or just a boy with long hair. I can't see too well the face. What's that? Oh, now I know how to. Okay, interesting. All our slots are open. Yes. Someone says Sentinel tree to skewer enemies. Okay. Alright.
What is that?
It looks like the orbs we've come across before. But it's far larger. I have an uneasy feeling about it.
There's a cold, pale light flickering inside of it.
Man, it's huge! It's kinda pretty.
I definitely sense some kind of power coming from it. Is this the source of the energy you were sensing earlier, Emma?
There's no doubt about it. I suspect this orb is the cause of all the strange things going on in this castle. If we can destroy it, I'm betting everything will return to normal.
All right, just leave it to me.
What? Hold on, Milliam.
Don't sweat it. Lammy's busted up tougher looking stuff than this.
It's gonna break Lammy, isn't it? I almost could guarantee you she loses Lammy, if not here, somewhere, sometime. Because she's always been like, Lammy can do it, Lammy's got this, we're good because Lammy's here, Lammy's this, Lammy's that, you know. I feel like this is the part where it punches it or does something, and it backfires on Lammy and it short circuits it or whatever. I don't know. It's Lammy's done for though, and she's gonna have to use a weapon or quit fighting.
Let's snatch this orb and get out of this creepy castle already.
Or get another Lammy. I don't know.
You idiot, we have no idea what it might do.
Go, go, Lammy!
This is gonna be really sad.
Ah!
Milliam!
Oh, okay, well it didn't destroy
What
Lammy.
did I just say?
Are you all right?
I forgot about those stupid barriers.
I guess it makes sense that it would be protected by one of those barriers.
Wait, something's wrong.
into it! I feel an incredible torrent of energy pouring out of it.
I can see that.
Everyone, get back!
Oh shit. Nosferatu. Imperial King.
What is that?
A bone-faced fiend? A Nosferatu? How could it manifest something like that in the real world?
It's on a completely different level than the foes we've encountered so far. Julian, Carno, get behind us!
There's no way we can afford to lose. Not here. Let's give it everything we've got.
Right.
A worthy adversary.
Go!
Behold the might of the Arcade School! Radiant Blade Dance!
Go!
My turn!
I'll handle this.
Come on, Lammy!
I'll handle this.
Flames, gather on my blade! Strike!
My turn.
Wonder what she does to
I
it.
leave this to you.
I'll take it from here. Rise, great towers! Lord Alvarian! Rest in peace.
My turn.
That's it?
Your turn.
With pleasure.
Oh, winds, grant me your strength! Calamity!
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir!
Yeah, about that.
Understood.
Wait, wrong person. Oh, shit.
Hi!
Okay. I'm sorry for the trouble.
I'll show you how it's done.
And it.
You're into Shul! Crystal Saber!
Yeah, buddy. They can't stop 5 S-Craft. Ain't no way.
How pathetic.
Okay, nice. Curia, nice. Heck yeah. Auto Curia, cool.
I did it!
I'm awesome!
I've only just begun.
That should suffice.
Nice.
I feel like I'm growing stronger.
Did we win?
What a terrifying opponent.
So that was...
Careful. Something still feels wrong.
What?
Watch out!
Damn it!
How could I have been so careless? I had no idea it had this much power left.
Laura! Are you okay?
Guys, is yellow one not hit by it?
This is bad! Even Lammy can't move!
Looks like I've got no choice.
Rean, no! If you're not careful, you'll be drawn into it.
What are you?
What?
What?
Huh?
What was that?
Something was shot through it. Who that?
Is everyone all right?
I'm fine. That was really bright.
What just happened?
I have no idea. It all happened so quickly.
I heard the sound of something piercing through the air.
Yeah, right through that orb, too. It looked like a lance, but how could someone hurl something that large with that much force?
A lance?
Yeah, and whoever threw it was standing right up there until just a moment ago. It was a golden-haired woman, shrouded by a strange light.
Golden hair, you say?
But that sounds just like...
Laura!
That's impossible.
What's everyone all excited about? Hey, wait for me!
There's no one here.
Not that I honestly expected there would be.
That pale glow surrounding the castle seems to have disappeared, too.
Is that because the orb was destroyed?
That would mean the lance that destroyed it.
The Lance Maiden.
I thought it might have been her, but it seems like it was the Steel Maiden. Still, we really are out of time.
Keep up the good work.
Right. Felicity Day 3. So this is the day we rendezvous. Thank you for all you've done during our stay, Klaus. Please have a safe journey, everyone. I apologize for not being more of service to you during your long-awaited return home, my lady. With all that happened yesterday, you hardly had any time to relax and enjoy your visit. On the contrary, I had ample time to enjoy soaking in the atmosphere of home. And thanks to that wonderful, nutritious dinner after we returned from the castle, so tired, I was able to sleep well, too. Indeed, for all that happened, I feel surprisingly well rested today. I'm just glad that the children are alright. Sounds like they got a real earful from their families, though. They deserved every minute. So, just what was it we witnessed yesterday? Yeah, I'm still mulling over where that lance that saved our skins last night could have come from. I only know what you've told me, so I'm afraid. There's no doubt in my mind that it was Sandlot. She must have sensed our peril confronting that strange specter and chose to lend a helping hand. Well, Honestly, I can't think of an explanation that sounds any more plausible than that. Considering the situation, it's almost hard to believe it could have been anything else. Well, that's certainly true. It feels like everything that happened last night was some grand dream. I think that of all of us, you have perhaps the least right to say that. Oh, actually, one of the accounts of St. Sandlot's death places is right around this time of year. It's almost the anniversary, and last night was a full moon. So it doesn't seem all that implausible that her spirit might manifest itself somewhere like the castle. I've heard that account of St. Sandlot's death before. Hold on a minute. Even if all that stuff about St. Sandlot was true, that doesn't explain all the weird things you did yesterday. Well, I learned a lot about curses from my grandmother growing up. And working with barriers isn't all that difficult if you put your mind to it. Really? Well, I suppose I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure I can say the same. I'll be sure to inform the Viscount of all that transpired here. In the meantime, you should be heading off to the next location you're to visit for your field study. I hope your journey is a safe and pleasant one. Thank you. Take care, Klaus. I give my regards to Father. The same to you, my lady. I hope we all have this opportunity to meet again. As do I. I'd enjoy the opportunity to test my own swordsmanship against you in the future. I wish you all the best. We still have some time before the train comes, so we can tell everyone goodbye and as we make our way to the station. That sounds good. Let's be off then. Alright. I'll click on everything I can except for what I need to. I think we'll just go down here, but before we do, I'll be right back. We'll take a short little break.
Right. 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 Right.
Alright. Okay, so let's see. Let's go and walk out here. They're waiting for us? Lady Laura! The three of us made lunch for you, so please take it. Thank you. I'm sure it'll be delicious. We hope you enjoy it. Oh, and we packed enough for your lady friends too. Wait, what about us? You did muster up an admirable performance yesterday, I suppose. But don't forget, we won't forgive you if you get too close to Lady Laura. And lest you blithely forget, take these as a helpful reminder. I don't think I need the wind to clue me in into what they're implying. Must this petulant gaggle be annoying right to the very end? Cool. The fact that you'll be leaving us again means that my days of pining for your soon return will begin anew. Please do be careful on your journey, Lady Laura. Please do be careful on your way back. I hope you continue to flower in the fertile soil of Academy life, Lady Laura. Do come back and visit Legram again soon. I'm really in your debt for saving Karna last night. I told him it was dangerous, but he just wouldn't listen. Come on, Mom, I'm fine now. Don't you realize how much I worried about you? I know. It's just stop crying, okay? She's been like this ever since we got back. I'm really sorry for making everyone worry last night. I don't deserve to call myself a man after making my mom cry. Maybe I should just put my junior Eisenritter dreams on hold until I'm a more dependable man. Catch you later, doggy! Alright. I wonder where exactly we have to go. Oh, let's talk to these people quick, too. I really can't thank you all enough for last night. I've given this fool the scolding of a lifetime, too, so don't you worry about that. Take care on your journey back, and good luck with your studies. Be careful on your way back, everyone. I'm still not really sure what happened back at the castle, but maybe it was Adios telling us not to misbehave anymore. Dad really let me have it when I got home, too, so I'll be careful from now on. We'll probably miss the train if we head out here. Undoubtedly. Let's make our way to the to the station then. Okay, that's where we're trying to go. To the station? Is that it? No, that's not it. Oh, it's up here. We still have a little time before the next train leaves. What should we do? It might be best to just wait in the station till the train arrives. Yeah. Yeah, let's go wait inside. We need to buy our tickets for the trip to Corellia Fortress, too. Hey, Eustace, want to buy some snacks? Buy your own food. Lively as ever, I see. Let's head in. Cat. Oh, I can see the castle for I can see the castle for a second there. Wait, it's gone again. Well, the forest is quite dense around here. Still, we saw a lot of weird things in that castle. It was one thing after another from the moment we walked through the door. Oh, what are you looking at me for? Never mind. That was pretty great. Do you have this much fun on all your field studies? I just wish it was a little longer. Those 2 days went by so quickly. Well, the field study isn't over. We're on our way to the next location, so don't relax just yet. Looks like I must say farewell to Legram once again for the time being. Wasn't expecting to, but I can't help but feel a little homesick already. I can understand why. It was a really welcoming place. I didn't ever get the sense that social classes were keeping people apart. True. It seems like a place that we nobles could learn much from. I'd definitely like to visit again in the future. It would be great to bring Fee and the others next time too. You're all more than welcome to Legram anytime. I can only hope I'll continue to learn and grow between now and when I return, our next return. After leaving Legram, we changed trains at Berea Hard Station and rode the Carusian Main Line north, heading toward Celtic. Okay. Alright, let's go over to our schedule again. We're currently en route to Celtic, where we'll rendezvous with Group B. From there, we'll take the Transcontinental Railroad to Corellia Fortress on the Empire's eastern border. Corellia Fortress is one of the Imperial Army's largest strongholds. It's sometimes referred to as the wall that protects the nation from the threat of the Calvard Republic. I've heard it's a ludicrously gigantic, almost an icon of military excess. It also houses the 2 railway guns and has a military exercise ground on the premises. Weren't those the weapons that Gwyn said he regretted constructing? Yeah, they're these 2 massive orbital cannons pointed towards the east at Calvard. Or more specifically, they're aimed at the buffer zone between us and them, Crossbell State. They are pretty crazy, yeah. It's like you're looking at a mountain of iron. I was pretty overwhelmed when I first saw them. Wait, you actually seen the railway guns in person? Yeah, Gramps took Claire, Lecter, and me to see them this one time. These are the mightiest weapons wrought by the hands of a man since the Great Collapse. I want you to consider what it means that such weapons have been placed here. Well, something like that anyway. To consider what it means. He has a flair for the dramatic, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, today's the day, isn't it? The day the Chancellor is scheduled to depart for Crossbell with Prince Oliver. Guess the trade conference kinda snuck up on us, huh? I think that's where Lecter's going too. I want to go to Crossbell. There's supposed to be this really famous theater group there, and they have a huge theme park, right? That's what I've heard, though you probably know more about it than I do. Apparently, President Towa is going as a part of the entourage to further her studies. Really, she never fails to impress. I hear she's been getting job offers from a bunch of different companies ready to hire her right after graduation. Well, she does merit the high esteem people lavish on her. She's the pride of the academy. All passengers disembarking here in Kaldek, please exit the platform via the bridge. I repeat, do not approach the rope barriers on platform 1. Passengers wishing to travel on the Transcontinental Railroad, please wait on platform 2. What's going on here? All the security feels kind of ominous. It seems the Woewei military police is guarding the opposite platform. Yeah, I wonder if...
Well, isn't this quite the coincidence?
Captain Claire!
It's Claire! Did you come to see me?
Just a coincidence, I'm afraid. Eisengraf will be passing through here soon, so this station's operating under heightened security.
Oh, right!
Still, I'm happy to see you again. It's been, what, 2 months since I last saw you?
She really is attached to Captain Claire. Yeah, almost like sisters. Hard to believe both of them are Ironbloods. At any rate, good day everyone. Let me thank you again for all your help during the recent crisis in Heimdall. Don't worry about it. We simply did our duty as citizens of the Empire. More importantly, what's the meaning of all this extra security? And what is this Eisengraf you mentioned? As in Iron Count, right? You'll see what I mean soon enough. Special Express train will momentarily be passing by Platform 1. This train will be passing through at high speed, so travelers on the platform are advised to exercise caution. A Special Express train? It couldn't be. Ah, right on time. There's Towa, and there's Prince Oliver. There's the Chancellor. That was the Eisengraf. Come to think of it, I've heard rumors of a special Crimson train. It's supposedly reserved for use by members of the Imperial government. I've been on it before, it's really fast. It's pretty fancy inside too. The Eisengraf, or the Iron Count in the common parlance, was so titled in honor of Chancellor Osborne himself. Well, I do hear him called the Blood and Iron Chancellor all the time, so I can understand the iron part. But isn't the Chancellor a commoner by birth? He is indeed. However, he was granted the title of Count by His Majesty when he was made Chancellor 11 years ago. Supposedly, that's what led to the train being given its name shortly thereafter. I see. I doubt if he, of all people, sees any worth in titles or peerage. Green? Yeah? Is something bothering you? Your attention seems elsewhere. Still feeling tired after yesterday? No, not really. Just happened to catch a glance of Toa and Prince Olivert on the train as it passed by. Wow, I'm surprised you could even make them out. You must have a hawk's eyes to be able to see them with the when the Eisengraph whooshed by so quickly. Nah, it was probably just a coincidence. It was more than just a glance, though. I could see them clearly in detail. What was that just now? Well, as long as you're not feeling unwell. We would like to thank all passengers for their cooperation with today's security measures. Transcontinental Railway service bound for Crossbell State, now arriving on platform 2. Here it comes. Yeah, it looks like we didn't have to wait long after all. He didn't say that he saw the Chancellor on there, though. I feel like that's gonna be a huge thing. Oh yeah, but Hey, there they are. Green, come over here. Come on, we haven't got all day. We saved you some seats. Well, if you'll excuse us, Captain. See you later, Claire. Of course, have a safe trip, everyone. Whoa, who's that classy looking babe? Gah! I should have just stayed on the train. We've received word from Squad 8. No unusual movements have been detected near the Twin Dragons Bridge. We've also received word from Squad 21. They report all high-speed armored cars are in position. Understood. Remain vigilant until the Eisengraph has finished passing through. Once it reaches Crossbell City, have all squads switch to Phase D. Yes, ma'am. Are you sure the Imperial Liberation Front will show themselves? They will. I'm certain of it. It's almost like she has insider info somehow. She just has a really good way of knowing about these things somehow. I see. It sounds like Group A had quite an eventful couple of days too. Yeah, though I felt like it kind of... What? Oh. Yeah, I thought... Okay. Yeah, though I find it kind of hard to believe you could have seen the ghost of Leanne Sandlot. That's ridiculous. Are you sure you weren't just hallucinating or something? You could think whatever you like. We totally saw her, I swear! Well, ghost or not, there was definitely someone there besides us. Anyway, that's enough about ghosts and spirits for the time being. I'm more concerned about the affairs of the living. where Toval and the Radiant Blade Master went. It sounds like Duke Cayenne is up to something too, and he's not someone we can afford to take lightly. We didn't run into anything like that in the Jirai Special Economic Zone. Though I guess that makes sense, seeing that as it's under the direct control of the Imperial Government and not a noble. I seem to recall that it was annexed 8 years ago, is that right? Yeah, the Empire stitched it on nice and neat, without much opposition. Now it's prospering as a special economic zone on the coast. Seems like a pretty lively place. And the revenue generated from the taxes there goes directly to the liberal government. What? Liberal government what? Coffers. Instead of the pockets of the nobility, it's hardly a mystery why the reformers think so highly of it. Well, that aside, I'm a little concerned about the upcoming trade conference in Crossbelt. Same goes for the Imperial Liberation Front. They've been awfully quiet since that show they put on last month. Now that you mention it, that does seem rather suspicious. Is it related somehow to why we're going to Guerrilla Fortress? Well, it's not the main reason, but it's not entirely unrelated. I'll let you look forward to finding out all about it when we get to the fortress itself. Anyway, how many of you passed through Guerrilla Fortress by train before? I see. Just us, huh? Can't wait to see everyone's first reactions. True. Why's that? Oh, well, I've seen it in photographs at least. The camera can't really capture how ridiculous it is. Yep, it's supposed to be this macho gateway to the Empire, but it just seems like it's trying way too hard. What's that supposed to mean? The gateway to the Empire is in one of the largest military bases in the country. I look forward to the chance to see it in person then. Bridge of Twin Dragon. Dun, 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 dun. The train carrying Class 7 continued its ride on the transcontinental line heading towards the east. They passed through the Twin Dragons Bridge, a Carusian provincial army base, and several stations later. It was finally time to pass through Guerrilla Fortress, which loomed large on the border with Crossbell State. 11:20. Okay, so time's gonna be a big thing here. The Ministry of Railways wishes to thank all passengers for their patronage. The next stop is Guerrilla Fortress. Guerrilla Fortress. This train will stop for 5 minutes. Please be aware that only authorized personnel may disembark at this station. Be advised that all orbital photography is strictly prohibited within the fortress and is punishable by Imperial law. Any attempt in unauthorized recording may result in the confiscation of your equipment and detention by the authorities. Wow, it sounded pretty severe for a train announcement. Well, we are passing through a military facility. I don't think they're being unreasonable. Do you really think that's the issue here? I'm not sure having that be one of the first things foreign visitors here gives a very good impression of the country. Fucking neck snaps like, we're finally here. This guy accidentally pressed turbo mode at the perfect time. Oh, we're finally here. What an idio's name is that? Let me take a picture. I'm snapping a picture of it right now. Okay, eastern border, Guerrilla Fortress. The scale is just... This is... really a fortress? The entire place is built from iron and concrete. Just how much money has the army dumped into building all of this? Yep, that's about as entertaining as I'd hoped. Not that I'm surprised, I thought the same things when I first saw it. From the crossbow side, all you can see is the cliff though. Yeah, but those two railway guns still poke out through it. Hey, instructor, what did you bring us out here to show us? What else? We're here so you can see the true essence of what makes an army. What compromises the military's strength and forms its foundation. And what other place in the Empire has that on display as clearly as here? Who are they? Engineers and tradesmen, mostly. You'll see a lot of them around here. Keeping a fortress this size up and running is a full-time job for more than just the military's people. So it seems. It's almost like its own town here. On the other side of the fortress, it's more or less a straight shot to Crossbow City, right? To think that such a bustling center of trade is so close to a massive military facility like this. Yeah, Crossbow City is only about 30 minutes away by train. From the top of the fortress, you can even see the skyscraper where the trade conference is going to take place.
I see you've arrived.
Oh.
Instructor Neidhart!
Good morning, Major Neidhart. Instructor Valestein of Thor's Military Academy, homeroom teacher for Class 7. Reporting the arrival of myself and all students in my care.
Acknowledging your arrival at 11:30 hours. Welcome to Garrelia Fortress. In addition to my teaching duties at the Academy, I hold the rank of Major in the Imperial Army's 4th Armored Division. I'll be acting as your guide, as well as your instructor for special lectures during your time here at the fortress. Now, if you'll follow me...
Including today, you have 2 days remaining in this month's field study. However, we won't be assigning you any tasks during that time. Instead, you'll be participating in a series of special lectures and a field trip. A field trip? Here? So what exactly does that entail, instructor? At 14 hours today, a joint military exercise will be taking place at Garrelia's Proving Ground. The 4th and 5th armored divisions will both be participating, and you'll be observing it. We're going to watch a military exercise? The 4th Armored Division, huh? The 4th Armored Division is led by none other than Elliot's dad, Lieutenant General Olaf Craig. Okay. By all accounts, it's one of the most strongest armored divisions in the Imperial Army. And did you know our friend, the Major here, is their most promising young member? It's true. Moving on. As I said, you'll only be observing this exercise, not actively participating. I imagine that some of you feeling rather relieved. I imagine that some of you feeling rather relieved, doesn't it? Yeah, okay. It does sound like a pretty easy assignment after all. But we'll see how many of you feel the same after experiencing it for yourselves. That's all from me. It's currently 11:50 hours. Lunch has been prepared for you as well in the mess hall. I'd advise you all to eat. Your field trip isn't something to be undertaken on an empty stomach. So, this food. We have salty corned beef, and I think I'm getting a hint of peas from this soup. You could use this bread as a lethal projectile. I do think it wouldn't have hurt to use a few more herbs or flavors in general. Calling this edible would be generous. I've heard plenty of rumors about the food they serve in the Imperial Army, but I wouldn't have guessed that they'd all be true. I didn't think the food they served in the mess hall at Zender Gate was all that bad, though. I don't think it would kill them to serve something a little more appetizing. It's the exact same thing they served when I came here with my class last year. Probably from the same batch, too, by the look of it. It really brings back memories from the same batch. I was pretty surprised the first time my dad brought me to eat here, too. You guys really think it's that bad? It really brings back memories for me, too. At least there's some cheese and an apple. The food served in the army makes use of common ingredients that are easy to preserve and store. The ingredients used to make all the food on your trays can be easily stockpiled in large quantities. So even if a war were to break out, a meal like this could still be served without any trouble. So that explains it. I see. So the army serves simple foods all the time to avoid the decrease in morale from wartime rationing. Well, not all the time. However, one can think of this food as a philosophical statement from the continent's strongest army, in the sense that it suggests that soldiers should live and work each day as though a war effort depends on them. Every day? So they should be just as tense during times of peace as during times of war. Well, it's a bit too much mind over matter idealism for my tastes, but it's worth being aware of. And throw a different perspective in the mix here. The food the provincial army serves is actually pretty good. Good enough that you can't help but wonder how they'd cope if an actual war were ever to break out. Well, it's not like serving good food means you have a crappy army. I hear our neighbor Liberal serves up some pretty tasty food in their army. Liberal's army is fairly elite. Probably because the threat of being neighbors to their empire keeps them tense. I feel a little conflicted hearing you say that. Well, these things are all about finding a good balance. Variety is the spice of life, you know. If you eat nothing but dull, bland food all the time, well, you know what they will say. You are what you eat. I could do a fewer of your pithy remarks in my diet, Instructor Valstein. Anyway, as you heard, there's going to be a military exercise at the Proving Ground at 2 in the afternoon today. It's 12:30 right now, so you have an hour to do whatever you like. They'll make an announcement half an hour before, so be sure to listen for it and do whatever it tells you. Understood. So when you say whatever we like, does that mean we can tour the fortress? Of course, you're welcome to roam around as long as you don't poke your nose into any restricted areas. So go ahead and explore. There's plenty worth seeing here, like the command center. Though if you're feeling a little tired from your field study so far, you're welcome to rest in your rooms. It would be a shame to waste such a valuable opportunity. I suppose I should at least get a general overview of the fortress. Alright. That's cool. It doesn't show where anybody is. Oh, I guess you get to just talk to people or see certain things and talk to certain... Okay. Cool. But alright though, with that I'll be leaving here. I've streamed for way longer than I was going to, but actually this is fine by me. I mean, I really love this game, and if I could just sit here for like 5 more hours, probably would. But definitely got to get going. I'll be back again, same time tomorrow, 5 o'clock, EST. And thank you all so much for stopping by and watching. Yeah, so take it easy, everybody. I mean, make sure I save. Okay. It almost escaped me. Alright, everybody, take it easy and peace out.